Let's do this. Hold up. There we go. There we go. All right. We're here. Do it. Back in Bright Hoof. Are we? Jesus. There we go. I was like, are we? Load, please. There we go. Game stabilized. Ray? Hello?
Yes.
There he is. Still here with us. Oh wait, hang on. There's one last thing I wanted to fix on here. Wanted to adjust. Oh, okay, never mind. That's actually good. That works. And one more thing I wanted to adjust was you're not on the screen. I can fix
Daddy, not have me on the screen.
I can fix that. With a quick activation. There it is. You are on the screen now. And you should be moving, I think, when you talk most of the time.
Yes,
Yep.
we shall see. We shall see.
There you go. You are moving. I do want to move you up very slightly because you are in an awkward spot with the text. But you'll be fine. Not exposing me. Nope. Alright, you're gonna sit on my queue. So you're gonna sit on my queue. So there you go. Perched upon my queue.
That's a little weird, but okay.
My letter Q. What? My queue ability. My ability where I queue things? You know? I never noticed the windows on the castle were happy faces. Did you notice that?
Yes.
The windows on the spire are happy faces. I never noticed that. That's hilarious. Alright, so first thing we gotta do is gotta go to meet Alma. I believe she's at the blacksmithery.
Yeah,
They said something
Queen's
about
Gate.
They said
It's in
something.
Queen's Gate.
Well, they said something about going to see the blacksmith first, and I didn't go see the blacksmith. I don't want to go see the blacksmith. I guess that puddle was cold. Where is the blacksmith? We
I think
just saw them, didn't we?
she's on they're over on the right side area, I think.
We literally were just looking at it the other day. How could we miss it so badly now? Oh, I see a bridge. That's probably where it's at. There's like a whole in here section. There's an in the gate section. Main square. M-A-N-E square. Like a horse's mane. I love it.
You should grab all that free extra.
They called me the hero of Bright Hoof, but I'm
Worship
workshopping
Grim Overlord of Darkness. You know, either or.
Why is your character so like
Like
dark?
I said, Shikamaru.
It's I don't remember. Oh, I think it's the voice you chose. That's
It
why.
was the voice I chose.
I'm a proud partner of the military pre-industrial complex, you see. But I can offer you extensions on your career.
Military pre-industrial complex.
More loots, more fun. You sample me wares on the house.
That's funny.
See, this one's locked. What I was talking about.
Oh, they play in rhythm. Oh, they don't. There we go. That's so cool. Oh, this is the weird lockbox. It's probably something she gives you, which is honestly really small stuff. I keep getting a phone call. Alright, hang on. Let me see if... And they hung up. They, oh wait, there's... So, and they don't leave a voicemail. So whatever it is, it can't be all that important. Oh, my wife's home. Hang on, I have to go help my wife with the groceries. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Ah, fine choice. Now, while you're seeing your way around Brighthoof, go and talk to the lovely lassie who runs the Soda Tavern. That's easy. She pulls a mean pint. Soda.
What's that yonder? That is a poetry page, baby.
If I shuffle my feet, I'll probably at least kill a bug or something, right? Yeah. That's good.
Alright, I'm back.
Nee.
I'm back. All the groceries are in the house.
I may have found something you may want to come check out.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm gonna spend my freebie on some backpack space.
Yep, that's what I did too. I was like, free on the backpack space, paid for everything else.
Absolutely, always. I don't have any more gold left because I keep spending it on guns because I'm an idiot.
Let's see, I have unlocked my backpack space at least 4 times, my assault rifle 2 times, and rockets 1 time.
Yep.
This has 0 sugar. You probably won't like it.
What? Muscle milk.
Yeah.
You think I'm not gonna like protein shake muscle milk? Bro, I don't know what she's been, I don't know what this kick she's been on lately, that she's been like, hey, anything that's protein shake or protein bar related, you're not gonna need that. You know, it's not like you go to the gym and power lift 300, but you know, you're not gonna need these. Like,
You gotta love your wife.
I do, but man, she's so sometimes the things she says don't make sense to me.
So you're gonna go over to this little boat on the side over here.
Yeah.
Jump onto it, climb up onto the roof from there, and then come up here.
Wait, say that one more time.
The boat.
Oh, that boat. I was like, how does this boat right here, this little boat on the side, assist me with getting up there? There's nothing around.
This is how it assists
I
you.
was sitting there and I'm like, Ray, what? I'm like, bro, I'm a spore warden. Like, I'm not Thor. I'm sorry. I was just like, oh, let's go! Thank you for the gifted subs. 5
That
gifted
will help you.
subs. Spade, Amy Lee, Paradexley, Rochefort, Jade Chili, let's go! Thank you for the gifted subs, I appreciate you so much. That's awesome. That was
No problem.
already got that one, but that's okay. I'll sell it. I need the money.
There's more poem where that came from.
More power.
Let's talk to the poet in the Bright Hoof Tavern.
Yes, now we gotta go to Izzy's Fizzy's to get a nice fizzy pint.
Oh yeah.
A soda.
Oh yeah, because she likes sodas. She's addicted to caffeine and soda. Don't they say something like, Tina? Don't you need to?
Only tavern keepers can do.
And you know that way only tavern keepers can do. Oh hey, it's Izzy. Oh well, she's short.
Welcome to Izzy's Fizzies, where all liquids consumed on premises are just soda
And nothing else. Yeah. Soda and nothing else. Thank you for the gifted subs, Ray. That's so
No
awesome.
problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, but only because they were lame skeletons. I'm gonna make my own cooler skeletons soon.
Well, thanks for nothing. Half the town was
Well, thanks for
meditating in here.
nothing.
They were slurping down Virgin Shirley temples like it was the end of the world.
Virgin Shirley
I'm
temples.
only judging you, fate maker. You did us a mighty fine favor. Now, out of thanks for saving our city, let me avail you of our amenities here in the Soda Tavern. Here's a magical quick change kiosk. If you need to change
Here's a
anything
magical quick
fundamental
change
about your
kiosk.
entire being. It's free, weirdly enough.
It's free, weirdly enough. I'm gonna try that real quick because I think I've got some new stuff. Oh
I
yeah,
might
I've
have
got a
something
new
you can
night
add to
helmet.
it.
Oh really?
I got I think, see if you can.
See, I got a new night helmet and a new face tattoo. A couple new face tattoos.
I know I've gotten a few new things myself too.
Oh, they're colors for my face tattoo. My bad. I guess I got a few new colors for.
Yeah, couple new hair colors.
Eyeshadow colors, stuff like that. Eyeliner colors. What are these? Flips stuffed double peanut butter. They're like
And some pistachios.
pretzely peanut buttery pistachio kernels. See, she's trying to hand me sweets to try and butter me up so she can take all the protein stuff and hide it. I'm kidding. Oh, Ray. Hey, Ray, what, if you could rename your, bird, what would you rename it? Oh, this is cool. Juicy fruit collisions. You should don't. Isn't this for you? Don't you want this? You're the gum. Sure, usually.
I was gonna give
Oh.
one of the kinds more.
Well, thank you. I
Also,
do.
this
That
is
sounds
baby.
kind of delicious. Okay, that sounds fair. You like those more than I do. Although, if there aren't that many sweets in the house at some point and you don't eat them before then, I may steal one.
And right here is our lost.
As I have a sweet tooth problem, and I will fully admit it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I do have a really bad sweet tooth problem, actually.
I am the same.
Citizens who might need your help out there in the world.
I'll take
Some of
that.
them hang out here in the soda
Here,
tavern.
Has bars
Some
for
put
you.
up posters around the city.
What's Hasbar?
It's been
What
so
it says on the
busy,
label.
and I've been
Creamy,
pulling
crunchy
out all
layer
my own today.
cake bar.
Oh, listen to me, lip flapping while you could be off adventuring.
No high
Have a
fructose
busy
corn
day.
syrup. Oh,
Mate maker!
All right.
Got a little surprise for you.
And I got you more of these.
Queen
Bet.
is so impressed.
oh yeah.
that she wants
Dutch
to
pretzels. I
knight you.
love Dutch pretzels. I keep killing those bags.
Congrats. Come meet us in the main square.
These are for babies.
I think I have a few sniper rifles you might want to check out now.
Sounds good. What? That looks
Because
so
of,
good.
because of the sniper
They look
rifle, it saves.
delicious.
No,
I
we're
got
almost
you
done with
all
the
the
quest.
steak.
I want to see what happens.
Yeah,
But spicy things. Do you have some sniper rifles? I'm down. What do we got? Oh, what would you name your flying wyvern companion if you could name it?
Because to go with the Thor theme, I would probably name him like Mjolnir
Mjolnir?
or yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, come over here to this machine with me and press E to activate it, and then I want you to hold M so you can rename your bird.
Oh my god, we can.
Hey,
All right, so check out this sniper.
Oh yeah. Hey, all pink
This
snipers.
sniper.
Let's go.
Got these two. See if any of these two would interest you, my good sir.
All right. I've renamed my mushroom.
This looks fine. Finery, even.
I'm just laying out.
What do I want to? What do I really want to name him? Oh my god.
Oh, those are cleaning erasers. I don't think those will be very protein fueled.
What do I really want to name it? Oh my god.
I don't hate the idea of Mjolnir.
Yeah. How do you spell that again?
I'll send it to you real quick. Oh, okay, I see the snipers. Hang on, I'll send it to you real quick. Because I have to type it out.
I kind of know. I know how you feel. It's like a lot of
There
times
you
I
go.
have to like. Okay, let's see if this.
I don't have the correct apostrophes or umlauts or anything like that, but I can give you this. I can at least give you the correct spelling. Ooh. So shotgun is the secondary fire. Oh, this one is a shield. Oh, yeah. It's a little slow. This one's the opposite of slow. I can get 2 shots out in the time it takes 1 round to fire. And got a backup shotgun. Oh,
Should I do them all in caps? You think, or
interesting. I don't know. I just sent that for giggles. I don't know what you. Does that have to recharge? Why is my shotgun just out of ammo? Am I just out of shotgun shells? Oh yeah, it just has to recharge. Oh, okay. It just refills over time. Got it. Okay. So we have to meet Alma in Queensgate now, right? Oh, that's right. We're doing a side quest. Goblins in the Garden. That's why I was confused. So we're doing a seed quest. You do what now? What were you asking?
Whoa, I do not trust
my,
Stubbly over at Stubbly's Bubblies. He says he's sticking to unsweetened flavored soda water, but my spies at the docks have seen some.
I wonder if you would
sassafras
like this.
get unloaded, and it sure
It's
didn't go
not
to
a
one
sniper
piece.
rifle.
I like it.
It's an assault rifle, but it zooms in like a sniper rifle.
And if Stubbly
yeah.
thinks he can rattle her bottles, well, we'll see whose cap gets popped.
We'll see whose cap gets popped. We'll see whose cap gets popped. You got them soda bottles over there, you know. We'll see whose cap is getting popped if you're bringing sarsaparillas.
A devilish puzzle of
Oh, upstairs. Okay, that's where we're at.
tempts you from nearby. Think you got the moves to win its prize?
Rune switches. In time to find and use all 3 runes before the timer expires. Huh? Is she talking to me or you? What is assume me? Yay! Cookies with M&Ms in them. The 10-year-old in me is very happy. Oh, I see. You get any hints? Oh, yep. I saw one. Do you see the other?
What are we looking for?
These rune thingies.
Oh.
Oh, I see it.
One off to your right.
Yeah. I gotta get this one first. And then the one to the right. Oh shoot, no, don't jump from there. You get slowed down terribly. Button pressed. Oh yeah, dude.
That one was unfair on purpose.
That one was unfair on purpose. Alright, I got it. Disappointed emote, some gold, and a gun, I think.
No!
Did you see what I renamed my mushroom?
No, because I fell off.
I thought you would really like that.
Damn it all.
What's that sound?
Oh. Or, jeez, I guess she's spraying down the side of the house.
Oh, okay.
No, also, I started hearing, I was like, what the hell is that?
Hope that ends shortly.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute myself.
That'd be long for a moment. I don't remember house power washing being so loud.
Well, when you have, like, thin-ass windows and...
Fair enough. Okie dokes. What are we doing right here? We need to now go to Queensgate. I can teleport us, can't I?
Hold on, I wasn't able to get the thing because I fell off.
Roger. God. Oh, it's a spell. Looks like that's alright. I actually need to go to a vending machine real quick. I keep forgetting that. I need to sell some shit. I need to sell some shit.
Yeah, I think I might have to reload in or something because I'm having an issue where it's constantly showing like items I looked at in my right hand corner. So whenever I go to look at a new item, it's not giving me like the exact details of the weapon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I found a dice.
Oh shoot, you found a die? Oh, okay, bet. Shit.
It's up on the roof from where we were before.
I am almost there. One mo. I found a marble. You found a
Smash
die.
it open.
I found a marble. Yep. Oh,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
the one in
shot.
the,
I have to smash it. Yeah, hold on.
Close to a
Yeah.
window. Break it open now.
Please.
Weapons.
Eldon wants to be a hero one day.
All right.
Silly.
You what,
Helping
honey?
people who chase you with pitchforks for totally accidental and therefore not
Oh,
your
there are
fault
two of
property
them.
damage sounds daft to me, but he
Had
gets
all your
so
fault
excited.
property damage.
I play along.
Oh
He's
shit.
cute when he's
That stuff's gonna fall. Hit it.
Numbers. Go.
Numbers, go!
Because I have to go get what you got from that marble. I'm gonna go this way
What's
first, and then
this?
come over.
It's another ice gun. I like these things.
The sea always reminds me of the Queen. So bright, so beautiful.
Got all purples right now, and that works for me.
I want you to check out this.
Toy.
I got a gun. I want you to.
So bright,
I see.
beautiful.
Got this. And while you're at it, check out these two, because
Ooh. It's even better than what I just got. Oh, it's a sniper,
no, it's an assault rifle.
but it's got a scope on it.
Yes.
I don't hate that though.
Yes.
I don't hate that. Although it works kind of the same as my sniper rifle that I have though, so it's a little weird. But I'll take this. I need to sell some stuff. I have a lot of stuff now. I've been wandering around and picking up lots of little stuff. Like that.
I think I might have to leave and come back.
Go ahead. I'm gonna just sell some stuff here real quick and then just go to like the main menu and come back in. And then I'm just gonna go to the you know, the thing. Okay, I got 159 on my current spell. So yeah. Hang on, let me check and see if anything I picked up would be better than what I got. How do I compare my own stuff?
When you're if you want to compare it to your stuff, you Q, I think it is.
Well,
or
I want to compare my
current weapon with your
with something that's in my inventory, or something that's in my backpack.
So you can click on it, and then it will highlight the weapon or highlight the area where it's supposed to go, and then you can compare it that way.
Ah, okay. Thank you. That's better. All right. Junk. Okay.
What's your spell tome right now?
My spell tome right now. 159. I'm just trying to get the most damage out of it I can.
Oh, item score 159.
No, the damage of the calamity is 159. I'm just trying to get the most damage out of it that I can.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to just get like the most damage. It's funny. I will delete these, I think, and then keep the rest for possible situations, I guess. Well, because I'm waiting for my other slots to unlock.
Yeah.
Sell all junk. Hey, that was easy.
By the way, you're welcome for the sniper rifle and the the LMG.
I appreciate you. I am going to be using one of them actually. That sniper is actually useful. I appreciate you. Let's see, it's a shoddy. Sorry, I was in my menu.
No,
I was thinking and didn't have the. I wasn't thinking about it. Shield.
Ooh, do I have a key, or do I want to save it? I don't know if you have keys or not.
I have no keys.
I have no keys.
281. It's got faster recharge rate. Yeah, I guess I could do that.
So there's supposed to be a way you're supposed to be able to get mail in this game.
Mail. Oh.
Is that just from your...
I'll go ahead and put this on. Because it gets me more points. Maybe not. Hold on to them though. Okay. Let me put, I guess, something in storage real quick. Yeah, I don't have any skeleton keys. Storage is over there at the blacksmith, right?
No, it's here in the Izzy's
Oh.
soda shop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to put this ring away because I can't wear them yet. Let's go do that goblins in the garden thing real quick. Bang it out.
That one's funny.
Is it? Can't wait to see it.
Yeah. The ending outcome was not what I was suspecting to happen.
Haha. Why is it telling me I can pick up rings, but then as soon as I have the rings in my inventory, they're like, oh yeah, you can't use them now.
Oh, you can pick them up, but you can't use them.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's outrageously weird. Oh, cool, it does work. Sliding downhill does in fact increase your speed. Glad they included that. Alright. Let's do a quick TP. I guess we have to go to the overworld, right?
For goblins in the garden?
Yeah.
No, I think it's somewhere here in town. Here, I think it's was one of the people we ran
it
into.
Says, Alma in Queensgate. We're in Brighthoof, not Queensgate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So yeah, I think I go to the overworld. I can make a quick profit too.
A shrine piece catches your sweet little eye.
Should we
Her coruscating majesty, Queen Buttstack.
should we take out this bandit camp real quick for money?
The soul magic she imbues into the land
If you want to.
But such a precious role requires guarding as well, as proven by the terrible events at Dragon Keep. And so the Queen founded a new walled city from which to oversee her realm. Brighthoof, the seat of the animals world.
Oh, it doesn't show his name.
What? Stabby McStabber?
Oh, the
Backstabber?
oh, that's what you named him?
Oh, my mushroom? Oh, you can't see his name?
No.
Oh, that sucks. I named him Fart.
Flatulence.
I named him Fart, like F-A-R-R-T-T-T, like as if he himself, his name is just a long drawn out fart. I suppose I could have named him just like P-F-F-F-T-T-T-T, like the sound of a fart. Exactly, that's what I was trying to get out. Could have onomatopoeia'd him. The sound of a fart. Let's go. Oh, I was gonna smash it. That's funny. Hey, a new morning star. Let's go. I'll take that. New ring. Good for selling. Sellable. Sellable. Not even pickupable.
80, 65, not
Sellable.
worth it.
Alright. About ready to go.
Yarp.
Let's run it.
Looks boogie.
I'm a huge ammo waster in this game. It's not that it really matters though. Wait, so where's the gate though? Oh, there it is.
No, that's where we just came from.
It says Queen's Gate. I think we just had to
Queen's
get back
Gate.
to the actual Queen's Gate part. We were in the city of Bright Hoof. We need to get back to the Queen's Gate part. But it wouldn't let me like fast travel out of Bright Hoof. It's weird. That's where we need to be though.
Because technically this is still part of Bright Hoof.
Yeah, it's just weird though. It's weird that it wouldn't let me teleport back to it though.
Mighty Knights, the right side. Toss it on the pile. You're not the owner, they better be dead.
Free money.
If you're not the owner, they better be dead. Alright. Remember the Knight's Code. Evil beware.
Smell the blood on you from here. Keep your sword up now.
Ooh.
As bringer of saving.
That's a nice spell you got right there. It's a very expensive looking spell you got right there though. Alright. Is there gonna be like a quest marker for this hoe?
Yeah.
Okay.
The blue marker we have.
Okay. I haven't seen it yet, which is why I was wondering. But I assume it'll pop up on the map.
Yes, once we get close. Crabbies, pinchy pinchies.
Pinchy crabs. Pinchy crabs. Pinchy, they're so pinchy. I think of that all the time whenever I see crabs. I was like, pinchy, they're so pinchy. That dude's so weird. Wow, they're kind of annoying to fight, honestly. They're honestly a little annoying. Is there a little crab?
Yeah.
Is he trying to mount an offensive? Oh, look, there's another one. That's funny.
He was squaring up with me, so I'm like, no, what? You're gonna die.
You know what's funny? I had a fly square up with me in real life the other day. Not kidding. A fly landed on my table while I was trying to eat in a restaurant, and I was like, oh, whatever, it's just a fly. And so I flicked it away off the table, and it came back and started it started flying, punching into my finger. It was flying away and then hitting my finger and then flying away and hitting my finger again, and I was like, are you trying to square up with me?
One
What
more
the
for
fuck?
the soul's fire.
I was gonna let him live, but Meg got annoyed by him, so she killed him. He had my respect. He attempted to fight something 1/1,000,000th his size.
That could easily obliterate him.
Exactly. He had my respect. He tried. He had the heart of a warrior, and Meg crushed him so much dirt beneath her foot. Teased you, baby.
I was like, dude, you're in the room with her, man. Watch out what you say.
She's fine with it. She killed him. He shouldn't have annoyed her.
Damn right. Damn right, I killed him.
I mean-
This annoying ass punk.
He shouldn't have annoyed her. That's how she feels. Okay, it's just up here on our left. We're going the right way, surprisingly. Bitch. Hey, it's your favorite type of crab.
Shut it. I was trying to ignore it the whole time, you bastard. Oh, look, there's one of the skelly ships in the water there.
Is it just like sunk?
Yes.
Awesome.
You just see the mass out of the water.
Oh, I know what garden they're referring to. I saw it on our way in yesterday. I remember now.
Yeah. Ooh, gun chest.
Oh, on my way.
See what happens when you rush. I see a bunch of chests too.
It's true. I thought it was a shotgun I was running around with, but it's not. It's a semi-auto, full-auto sniper rifle. Weird. Okay. So it was being weird. Well, I guess I can do this one. It's got a better crit chance than my current spell. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's nice. It's a nice gun. Work with it, I can work with it. Should be just up here on our left. Oh, the villagers have returned. How nice. Fuck them skellimans.
Oh, gun chest.
Another one. Ray, secret master.
I swear, like,
made.
it was funny because I was literally like grabbing something on the other side of the wall. I was like, wait a minute, there's something shiny on the other side of this wall. Let me find out.
This I can sell at least. There you go. Alright.
I like shiny objects.
You find all the shiny objects, buddy.
Shiny.
Alright. Goblins in the garden. What's up, Alma?
There's an infestation in my yard. I'm rich. You're desperate. Kill them and I shall pay you.
Oh, that was unnecessarily blunt.
Just clear out the field and I'll toss some money your way. Goblins. Ugh.
I'll fight your other dog.
Thank you for the biddies, homie. I appreciate you. Goblin thief. Thank you
Cracking
for
out
the biddies, homie.
You're a vehicle.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I got an armor pattern. Goblin teeth.
This seems like a bad omen for you.
Mariner comes in for the win.
What happened?
I literally, like, I thought there was a goblin all the way there at the very end right there, and I was like, oh, here goes Minier in for the win.
Banana. Hey, we got 10
He
goblins.
literally just swooped in and just, like, obliterated him.
Are those goblin teeth?
Why do you have those?
Why? Why do you have those?
They look like loot to me.
What?
technically true.
What? I mean, I guess I'll throw them away for you.
Oh,
Do we have to give them to her?
yeah.
Here's some money, I guess. Just don't come back. You are a filthy weirdo.
No! They're dead! My plans are ruined!
Huh? What now? Oh, there's a.
You were right. I don't like them. They're too hot.
I figured you wouldn't. Hot and spicy sausage bites. Ooh, that sounds good though. Oh, jalapeno.
Spiciness.
Well, like. Oh no, they smell fucking good. Oh yeah, they smell fucking good. I don't like jalapeno. I like heat. I don't like jalapeno. I like pepper. I like a few other aspects of heat, but I don't like jalapeno. Jalapeno on a teak.
The goblins are dead!
Yes, that was me.
Word? What have you done?
What?
You killed my goblins!
Yeah.
Wait, stop.
Oh.
Your goblins? What in the Wonderlands do you mean?
I attracted those goblins on purpose. You see, I'm in love with the alchemist. My plan was to swoop in, defeat all of the goblins, and save her herb garden. Now how am I supposed to catch her fancy?
Talk to her.
My best dating advice? Don't.
Unhelpful. Look, just give her these flowers, would you?
Shouldn't you do that yourself? Okay.
Thanks. With any luck, wedding bells will be ringing by sundown.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how this is gonna go.
You again?
It's the coolest doorbell ever.
I know.
I've got something you're supposed to like, I guess.
You do? Give it here. I want it. Flowers? From whom?
Laura, the farmer girl.
She's got the hots for you.
As if I could be seen knocking boots with that poor thing.
Oh.
Perhaps when pigs fly, or water flows backwards, or a polka-dotted poetry reading goblin recites a love poem for me. Good day.
Well, so there's a chance.
Did I hear that right? A polka-dotted poet goblin? No, I could do that actually. First, we'll need to attract another goblin. Find me the most pungent gobo loincloth you can smell.
Ew.
I don't think that's what she meant.
You sure? I don't know. Only one way to find out, right?
Gross.
Yes. I think this cave has what the goblin was looking for, I think.
Yeah, I'm just gathering some gold from chests I see real quick. I see a goblin. Although he gave me a sword, not a loincloth.
Enjoy your vacation.
No goblins in here, that's weird.
There are on me though.
Eyes are coming. Eyes are coming.
I'm good. They are very much all dead. Fucking love that shit. Fucking love reload animations, man. Reload animations get me. Oh, I was hoping they'd bounce off the cave wall and come back at the goblin. That would have been cool. They only do one bounce. That's all they get. Whoa. That's a cool sword. Actually, check that cave prior to the attack. Back when we were like charging in here. But we had already been in there once. Okay, so the gun chests do reclose then.
Yeah. Ooh, purple. A purple shotty.
Oh wait, this is an assault rifle. Oh, I love it. This is awesome. It's like it's a cowboy repeater. Oh, I love cowboy repeaters. I had one when I was a kid. They always make me nostalgic, man. Every time I get a cowboy repeater, I get nostalgic. I love them.
The other day, this lord orders me to tell him about my peasant life. Well, my lord, I says, I rise before the dawn and toil endlessly in the oppressive sun. After the day's done, I stumble to the scum and chum, blistered and burnt, for a pint of soda and stale bread. Then off to bed to do it all over again.
Why does it rhyme?
It's not as glamorous a life as a lord, but at least I'm my own master. Wait, no, I'm not. Boy, my peasant brothers and sisters! I've just come to the terrible realization that our lives are crap! Down with the lords, I say!
Oh my god, it does a ton of damage too. I love this gun. Holy shit. Cowboy repeater. Cowboy repeaters do a ton of damage in real life though, so that makes sense. They're usually 45, 44 mags, so. Projected out of a rifle, they're boss weapons. Their guns only for cool people.
Death on demand. No, you say things.
Fucking love cowboy repeaters. I like that they are goblin wizards. It's hilarious and funny. That's not hilarious and cool. I meant to say it's hilarious and cool. Cop's not green metal. Hang on, I need to do a got a couple of these things that I can use. Armor colors and patterns. Wildling boiled leather of the striking aspect. Who's this for? Blight callers and spore wardens. Oh, okay. Wait, is that an ability my spore warden does, or is that a blight? I think it's a blight caller thing. I'm gonna. Oh, another armor pattern. Damn, I'm getting some good looking stuff for my character. Oh, here's what we need. Got the piece we need.
Be sure to pick the most vile loincloth you can find, my lord. Our goblin must be pick of the litter.
Alright. Nope. Sellable. Ooh. Oh, that looks awesome. These are shotguns. I don't really care for shotguns. Man, this is a fire gun. My first fire gun. It's a sweet looking.
Life may pass you by, but death never misses.
I want that on a t-shirt.
What?
Life may pass you by, but death never misses. I want that on a t-shirt. That's fucking hilarious. Maybe with a sniper rifle on it or something.
Just so like an eye looking through a scope.
Something like that. Something like that. Maybe a bow, maybe a specific firearm, like the Hebrew hammer or something like that. I freaking love that gun, dude. Tavor 7 is one of my favorite guns. Oh, I'm down. Oh no.
Did your shroom come fart on you?
No, he didn't come save me. I think I have to unlock that ability. Oh my god. Oh. The clerks, thank you for perishing. $200 to get revived. The clerks, thank you for perishing. That's funny as hell. Kill Grumble, okay.
I did you a favor, trust me.
Oh, what? Grumble, you nasty, stinky, fucking gross. A little goblin ran up to me and threw what I'm really praying is mud in my screen. Nope, nope, it's mud.
Yeah, it's mud.
It's mud. It's mud. Alright, where is this stupid goblin? There he is, I see him.
Shit starter.
Ass. So damn small.
He did.
Nice. Made his ass really hard to hit.
I love how this thing has a stabilizer as its second firing mode.
You've been obsessed with that gun since yesterday.
Dude, trust I've gotten guns that are better than this. I'm like, I'm still not trading it out. Because I'm like, until I find another gun like this, I'm not trading this out.
Eventually, you're gonna find something you're not gonna be able to pass up. Actually,
That's what
I
the
guess
other
that's
slots
not
are
true
for.
because you have 4 other. Yeah, you have 2 other slots for guns. The only 2 are only temporary. That's true. That's true. Okay.
I'm determined to find another one like this.
Awesome. All right.
I will only replace this one with a fellow same one.
That's hilarious. All right, I gotta teleport. Fast travel. All right. Maybe we got fast travel solo. I fast traveled to there, closest to our objective marker. You should have it too.
Buttsville.
Yeah, Buttsville. For Queen Butt Stallion.
Tune in next time for the great adventure of Butt Stallion.
The Queen of Bright. Ah, fuck. The Queen of Bright. My throat, like.
Said
like, nope.
No.
Yep. My voice is harder to do than I thought it was.
Perfectly soiled. This will be
perfectly soiled.
It shall bloom.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yes,
it was
don't,
mud.
Don't.
It's mud.
Don't.
He's coated in mud.
Yes.
That's mud that he threw at me.
One moment.
Oh. Oh, please. What is she doing?
Done. Now to attract a goblin. Release the musk showers.
Oh.
Just one moment.
That's why I'm up here.
Done. Now to attract a goblin. Release the musk showers. Oh, and just to forewarn you, the old laboratory is positively chock-a-block
Y'all want to be careful.
What am I even doing here? I smelled something so deliciously rank, but I see no sexy goblins whatsoever.
You're here in the name of love.
Well, might have stand in the way of true love. I guess I'll stick around.
Bless you, fair Glornish.
Glornish.
Your heart.
Glornish.
That's why I'm up here. Hold on. Well, we gotta catapult ourselves across. Hold on.
Oh yeah. I thought it'd be fun. I was like, I want to do that too. Oh no. 3,
4,
2, 1.
Too slow.
I know, right? I've got a bone to pick with you.
Time.
Oh, we got a skeleton archmage. Badass.
Remember, humans. The only reason a human came out of a human is because a human came in a human. Ever since
I just realized I'm using a fire gun, non-fire situation. What now?
You know how Warzone started doing a collab with He-Man, right?
No.
So they released a skin. You could be Skeletor.
Oh yes.
And so somebody's been doing clips of them like executing people and all that stuff, and it's like
making Skeletor jokes.
Yes, it's like, and one of the ones is like, remember, kids, the only reason a human is born is because another human came inside of a human. Until next time.
That's so funny. It sounds like the Skeletor voice actor, although it's not really hard to do that voice. Hero!
Yes.
So.
I had a friend who, one of my coworkers, he used to be able to really do him really well, but I don't think he hasn't done it in a long time.
I used to be able to do it really well too back in the day, but I'm old now. And I've since done things that my throat and voice do not agree with. Since drank things. Ate things. Smoke things. Not bad things, but things. Alright, let's see. God, I've got so much junk I need to sell. None of this stuff's even that cheap. That's the weird thing. Turn around. Okay. Obtain polka dot dye. Oh! Gun chest.
Got a chest here.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this is alright. 2 of these things look alright. Oh, it's a ring. With companion damage increasing. It's nice. I now gotta start treating 120s as if they're garbage, dude.
Oh, another gun chest over here.
Oh, nice.
Go ahead and open mine here. Oh, this is a dual element shotgun.
Remember what to do, right?
Ooh, a marble.
The town townsfolk made up a ditty about me. Here comes little Devilkin, knocked out of school by passing wind.
Huh.
Just because it's true doesn't mean it doesn't sting. I'm human too, aren't I? Flesh and bone.
Let's
Don't my
go.
10 hearts beat?
Hardware 31, thank you for the follow.
Eternal in
How
the
you doing
life
today,
force of
Hardware?
darkness.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Let's go. Oh wait, that's my fire gun. I don't want to get rid of my fire gun. I can get rid of this. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing, Hardware? Fine? Good. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Could have given me a warning you walked into a booby-trapped area.
Oh, I mean... Yeah. Facts. That's good. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
Just
All right,
about had
so
about a dozen arrows stuck in my face. That's all.
I'm sure only 1 or 2 would have hit you. It's not that bad.
Walk into the room just riddled with arrows. Yeah, not that bad.
She said there was a lot of traps. She did say that. There we go.
Could have been a doll and deactivated them, but
Oh,
no.
I'm still alive.
Let's play. See if he can find the traps.
Oh, I found the traps. And we got the polka dot die. Couldn't you just take any die to make polka dots?
I know what you're thinking.
Seriously.
This obsession with
Could,
Alma's
could
unhealthy.
you just make any die? Polka dot die by just making dots?
This is a specifically magically induced dye that creates polka dots, so no matter what you do.
Stealing's a bit like working, only you take what you like and you don't get blisters in places you oughtn't from working so hard. I mean, I did get caught. And I am dictating this as my last words before meeting the husband's axe.
That's my last words before meeting the
I
husband's
suppose I
axe.
did piss my life away toiling in the thievery, but life is a journey, so says I. Stick blossom the...
Stick blossom the... Oh, a fast travel. Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm gonna go up.
Going to see Nana? Okay, alright, sounds good. Love you, honey. Have a good time.
Be safe.
Be safe. Drive safe.
Yeah, I will. I just might, yeah. I don't want to say anything.
Okay. Hang on, guys.
Oh, did you get the gun chest that was out this door to the right?
I did.
Okay, good.
Alright. Sorry about that. Druid's layered leather of the Hellhound. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Oh, it's very expensive. God, why is everything in the vending machine so expensive?
Because they're
They
pretty
don't
much
want
giving
you
us a
to-
bunch.
They don't want you to buy that stuff, huh?
Pretty much, because they're basically telling you like, hey, Remember, you're gonna get better stuff as you go through the game.
Yeah. Blues, purples. I have specific guns I'm keeping for specific reasons. Fire guns, these guns. I suppose I can get rid of that. But I want to keep this one because ice. So I have an ice gun, a poison gun, a fire gun. I want that, and I'll have 4 slots. So eventually. All right, and I need to return the polka dot die, right?
Yeah.
That's our next portion here. I fast traveled, so it kind of confused it. But yeah. Oh, did you want to be added to the giveaway hardware? All you have to do is be following, so I can add you to it if you would like. No problem. We got a wheel that we spin for our giveaways. Actually, I'm going to pin that real quick. I appreciate you doing that. There we go. Just so it's pinned for anybody else. I meant to do that earlier. This ain't sweet. I'm not usually a fan of hand crossbows, but this one's not bad. Getting some damage done. Oh, I forgot.
Give it here.
Yeah, here's the die. Are you gonna put it in the water?
Just a dab.
Yep, that's why I'm up here.
Oops, use the whole bottle.
Oh well.
She's gonna ruin her crafts.
It worked.
Covered her in polka dot shit.
Poor goblin. Now, how to gift her with a poetic tongue? Ah! Head to the graveyard of lost bards.
Oh, that's right. We've gotta go over to this side now.
We're heading to a spot
Wait.
where dozens of bards died during a poetry contest. Legends say they're capable of a terrible, mind-destroying dark magic known as spoken word.
There's actually a Doctor Who episode about that, which is kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
The undead bards! Collect their magical tongues! They contain the poetic essence we need!
Collect their magical tongues! They already did. Now they're back alive.
Give me something to cast at this instant.
They really blend in well with the background of these bards.
Yes, you did.
You've done it! Return to me!
That's a good
Now turn
syllable.
our unusually attractive polka-dotted goblin into a poet.
Attractive.
What?
How low were your standards?
Yeah.
What? No. I mean, for a goblin, it's not. It's. Don't be judgy. The deed is
I'm
done.
being a little judgy.
But is our goblin up to the
I'm being a
task?
little judgy.
Yep.
Now I'll just introduce the poetic essence into the water supply, like so. You there, Lornesh. You got anything to say to me?
Although I am a goblin bumpkin, thou art pretty as a pumpkin. I hope you don't think I'm a flirt. Away from you, my heart will hurt.
Oh my god.
What? No! Come on! Oh, jeez. You're silly. Oh my god.
How low are her standards?
Slow.
Like, she's like falling for this goblin that she's made.
What were you saying?
First I killed a feral cat. I'd do it again if you'd like that.
That's crazy. You're crazy.
My goblin loins are moist with dew.
Alright, yep, nope, finish quest, finish quest, finish quest, finish quest. Ah!
Please.
What now? Oh, that's you. Not poor.
That poor.
Got a polka-dotted poet goblin for you.
What? Really? This I have to see.
And it's,
Her crops are
on.
I'm not one to harvest grain. This farmer's eyes drove me insane. She works the land, tills the soil. A glance from her makes my blood boil.
I'll be damned. She did it. That's actually impressive. Hey, how did you
For
do
love.
this? It must have taken, well, more smarts than I would have given a poor credit for. Maybe you could tell me over drinks?
What? Oh, no thanks. Not interested. I'm betrothed to Glornesh here.
Goblin.
She's stronger than
Yeah,
you.
your little mushrooms out there enjoying the water.
Yourself a love potion and buy yourself your own goblin.
Well, they do grow from shit.
How dare you! Do you know who I... What I...
My lord, can I bend your ear a moment?
This is weird. Why is this happening?
I know it might seem strange to you, but the alchemist wasn't right for me. Glornesh here sees into my soul. We were meant for one another, and it's all thanks to you, my lord. There's no greater gift than love, but perhaps this will ease your wandering heart all the same. My thanks.
Have I been had?
Yeah.
The gun.
The charm? My life I'd spend on her sweet farm.
Glornesh, would you like to see my bedroom?
I thought you never asked.
Ew, 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 ew. Oh, it's a acid gun. Oh, nice. So I can get rid of my old one. Oh, it's goblin repellent. That's funny. That's funny.
Yes, this is what we're in store for the game pretty much. There's a bunch of like random why did this happen? Why did that happen?
Skeleton attack. Whoa. That's cool.
What?
The gun that she gave us. It's actually incredibly effective.
Yes, just as we practiced.
Especially against goblins.
It's incredibly effective. It's awesome.
Level up.
Ah, yes, we are to be knighted now by the queen. Stallion. Did she leave something on? She did. That's not smart.
Waifu.
Yeah.
Love her dearly, but sometimes I wonder what exactly was going through her head when she thought of this.
I'm starving today. I don't want to, but
Why
I think
you-
I'm gonna eat.
Why are you starving yourself?
Oh no, I fast every day, but man, today I'm really hungry.
Extra hard at the gym.
I did do an arm workout this morning. I didn't go to the gym, but I did get an arm workout in. I got some dumbbells here. It's a shallow well. Alright.
It's like a kiddie pool.
We have places to stink
Oh,
up
shit.
and no time to waste.
There we go.
So, I found something out recently that I never knew, and that kind of explains why a lot of public pools always smell very chlorine-y.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. That's gross.
Yeah. Quite disappointed to find out.
Yeah. That was
But
kind of
glad I
obvious,
know.
though.
Well, yes and no, but it's like...
Oh,
It made sense, but didn't make sense.
we're cutscening. I'm gonna have some spicy sausage while I do.
Oh, yes, you will.
Stallion is naming you a Knight of the Realm.
Actually good.
Kneel and be knighted.
It's a cutscene, I can't do anything. Oh, okay.
Not so fast, newbie. This is my world now.
Oh, heavens, no.
He killed my stallion!
He beheaded the queen!
No!
I'm done being told how my story goes. Your master's age of heroes is over, and soon her whole world will follow.
I can't believe it. The Queen is dead.
But Stallion! No! Tina, what the hell?
Tina, what the hell?
What's supposed to happen? Just let me think for a second.
What's supposed to happen?
Oh, she really thought she could run you through the same old hero's journey as always. Well, not this time. I'm in control now.
Quite the interesting looking crossbow gun.
Is lost.
Mine?
What once felt so sure is now
Your gun.
fragile
Yeah.
and broken. Still, one truth remains standing amidst the wreckage. The forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay. So, a great big booming sound rings out.
She's still in control of the story. She's not feeling that.
Hey, hells! What now? It's coming from beyond the docks. Come on, Fate Maker. I fear your work is not done yet.
Okay.
She left me with all her glittering heart. I miss her so much.
I miss you so much. We're gonna blow up the ocean.
No. The pyramid has awoken.
The pyramid.
Oh, cool. The pyramid. Love that place.
Great vibe.
Vibes. Wait, no, I'm thinking of the Obsidian Hate Cathedral. What's the pyramid?
The Dragon Lord's dark citadel across the ocean. Now that he has the sword, he'll be able to take the soul energy of every living thing in the Wonderlands. Without the Queen,
Our fates are sealed.
Hey, ask him if we're still getting knighted.
We're in mourning.
You are in mourning. I'm getting that sir in front of my name.
Wanda Sykes.
I know Miss Goody Four Shoes is gone.
Gotta love Wanda Sykes.
But can I still get knighted?
Only our queen had the power to bestow a knighthood. But you do deserve an honor for what you've done, and what must come next. Kneel, Fate Maker.
Thought we already did that.
Or just crouch if your knees hurt.
Or just crouch if your knees hurt.
Oh, the ocean air. It
As Regent Defender of Brighthoof, I name thee Squire of the Realm.
Squire? Man, that's some dragon dookie.
I know it's not much, but it'll have to do. For your new quest is none other than to save the Wonderlands itself. Journey to the pyramid, take back the Sword of Souls, and avenge our queen. You'll need a vessel. Speak with the dockmaster. Whatever resources we have are at your command, Fate Maker.
Okay.
Never look a diamond horse in the mouth.
Ha! Ahoy to you, Squire of the Realm.
Do you have any ships? Ideally painted black and with black sails, and the figurehead is an even blacker black called Hell Black.
Hell yeah.
Begin construction post-haste.
I like your character's attitude. I like it.
You didn't at first, but now you do. Gonna be black with blacker sails and an even blacker figurehead called Hell Black. What is this, rap?
Mine eyes have never seen such a beauty of the seas.
What?
He's a rat.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Those are bombs on the back of our I have concerns.
You must get the ship blessed by a bard, or you'll be pulled down to a watery grave by Drill, whose chains are the sea.
What? But we're so close to taking off. I don't want to deal with sea curses.
Sea curses.
That's how it works, man. Gotta follow the rules or get cursed drowned.
Unfortunately, our resident bard disappeared in the invasion.
I love when musicians die. It actually gives their songs meaning.
What? No, he fell in love with a skeleton and they eloped. There is one other man who can bless your ship, though he is only a half-bard. Still, he may now be
Half-bard,
your
it's a
only hope of
job.
crossing the ocean.
It's a job.
Half-bard heading into the weep wild dankness. If you return from those woods, find him, if he yet still lives.
Ooh,
A half-bard. Bard is a job, dude.
in a good way.
Yeah. It's a big old magical forest to the north of Brighthoof.
You can't be a half-bard. You're either a bard or you're not a bard.
Yeah, you know, fantasy directions. Nerp, Sorth, Imps, and Wibbles. Did you read any
It says,
of the badass
find bard, go to weep wild darkness,
pictures.
or set sail.
Sword guy and big knife guy. Wait, are those the same guy? No.
Should we get blessed by a bard first, or should we sail?
It's kind of up to you. It depends how much more you want to do.
Well, let's go, right? I mean, go to find a bard.
Yes.
Looks like Chestnut Gate.
Whoa. You know what's funny? You had such a perfect timing for that burp as I was just teleporting. I literally thought it was like in the game. I'm like, wait a minute, when did they add burping to teleportation? What the fuck? When did teleporting make a funny noise like that?
Yeah, I'm hungry, so I'm snacking. I hate it, but I am.
Hey, dance fam! I need to pose. I'm Belvedance, the world's first influencer. That means I'm professionally hot. My fans should get the chance to look at me, so I need you to carve my likeness into some rocks.
I want to do it.
I love the angle on this one.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna go up here and carve this one real quick. Oh, hey.
You see a craftsman looking perturbed, which is like disturbed, but perverted.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Wanna bet?
Hot dog, am I perturbed? Hope you weren't planning to cross this here tributary, hero. I was gonna fix this magical bridge, but some ne'er-do-wells have printed out my magical building recipes and run off to their dismal cave. Get them back for me, will ya?
Ah, you there. Help me advance science.
Okay. A very real science of alchemy.
In the scientific race of a lifetime. My brothers think they can perfect alchemy before me. Ha! My aggressive experiment schedule has broken my cauldron. Go and mine lead from the mountains so that I can defeat my brothers.
Great pose. The dance fam is gonna love this.
Now all the fun little side quests out here.
Was this one for the bridge guy?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
Nothing, no time to wait.
This is for sure. He's where the craftsman's blueprints went.
Oh, yep.
If you're
Okay.
not carrying coin, I also take slave.
Slave
what?
cow.
Oh. I was gonna say he takes what? I'm about to whoop some ass. That's a trap.
I did you a favor. Trust me.
My character is delightfully dark.
Well, mine's very cheerful.
Well, that lady's just having a bad day. I acid burned her and I acid like poisoned her, and then your bird came by and was just like flamethrower.
See, that's even funnier is because my guns also do fire damage too.
That chick's just having one hell of a bad fucking day, dude.
Safety in numbers, eh?
Arcade barrage.
I've never considered this, but
This is a pistol? Okay. I disagree, but I don't know wherewithal enough about the game to allow to disagree more with you than other than saying I disagree, so.
What, the crossbow gun?
Yeah, they say it's a pistol, and I'm like, it feels more like an SMG to me, but sure. Getting closer to the blueprints. Shield sucks. That sucks, but I'll sell it. Ready? Ready to travel?
Yeah.
Getting closer to the blueprints. What?
Did he say?
What did you just say?
Well, talk up this.
Get back here, punk.
Time to put someone in a cast.
Time to put someone in a cast. I forgot I got a mallet. My Morning Star. Got him. Ooh. Yeah. Big damage numbers. Let's go. This is where the big damage numbers come in, I see. Where's these blueprints? Oh.
Over here.
Bow before the bow, bitch.
My prince! I can't thank you enough, hero. I love these blueprints with all my heart. And I do mean romantically. No room for interpretation. I'm in a polycule with my blueprints. Now, to repair this here magical bridge, my loves.
And I do mean romantically.
One magical rainbow bridge from my family to yours. Have a nice day. Don't freeze to death.
Oh there, adventurer! Have you come to join our righteous cause?
Goblins with a righteous cause?
The revolution is nigh! Join the goblins tired of forced oppression to help us fight the power and regain our freedom! GTFO! 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 What the hell? I thought we'd agree to do like a chanting thing, but no one... screw it. Ah, the long oppressed goblins of Mokra. Head there now if you would ease their suffering.
So
No, no, die.
What now?
I don't know how to get to it.
Oh. We'll get there. Let us get paid by our influencer friend.
OMG, perf, so hot. Come on back.
So grab the ore while we're out here too.
OMG, perf, so hot. Yeah, I know.
Every story has an end, and yours is right now.
We'll have to do a little bit of fighting through a mine to get to the last one. Best fantasy, baby, with guns.
Ready for fodder.
Duh.
Slayed some unaware foes with my sniper rifle.
Later storm.
My foot phone's gonna make contact with your ass bone.
Showtime.
Ooh. Not bad. Ready?
Yep.
Also a bandit camp to take down over here.
Peace vibe from that dungeon over yonder.
Got the real contains a shroud piece vibe. Oh look, there's books in the table. You can see the books in the table and everything that's not on the game board. There's a fog. That's hilarious and cool.
Oh my god, there's a
What?
a pack of dynamite over there.
Mm-hmm. It's Tina's place, man. You said that like you weren't expecting there to be dynamite in Tina's place.
No, I kind of was.
Coming from that dungeon?
That's a shroud. Let's just do it.
Don't know where it's at, but eventually we're gonna run into some people that have a music play off, and one of the items we get for them is a loot that's used as a weapon.
Like a melee loot?
Yes.
That's funny. That was funny. A melee loot.
Trying to find out who is the most metal.
How I missile you.
Sliver across your skin.
Oh! Bart, help! Help! Bart, mushroom! Ray, help! My mushroom sucks. Right here, help! No! Oh man, I killed a goblin, and he left a martyrdom. He left a martyrdom bomb behind and killed me. Oh, I can't revive here. There we go. Good job, Ray. I didn't know I couldn't revive in here. I would have taken that probably a little bit more seriously.
Every encounter you must take seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they tell me. Okay. Portal. Oh, I blame you for trying. Still saw you, punk. Oh, it's a badass. Oh, that was a 393 headshot critical. That's what I'm talking about. What a shot, dude. Ow.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? That was
Dramatic
a really
much.
nasty poison.
Murder Shroom wins the day. You're done!
Oh no, man, you blew up a nasty poison barrel next to me. I'm just kidding.
I thought that was an electric barrel.
Nah, well, my character was making the poison sound. Maybe I was getting shot by poison.
By the sword and all that.
Well, your melee range is kind of ridiculous in this game, isn't it?
A little bit.
I could sell it. Nice. Ready?
Not yet. Yeah.
Oh, it's a badass. That's why it's taking so long to kill her. I was like, why does it take us so long to kill her? It's because she's a badass.
Pets are too good for this world.
Buckethead. Buckethead. That's not what Buckethead's bucket looks like. You guys don't have that quite right. That's not what Buckethead's bucket looks like. Yeah, I actually will do that.
Oh, finally a rocket launcher.
Oh, that's where it flew off to. That is my stick.
I finally got a rocket launcher.
You got a rocket launcher finally. Let's go. You love rocket launchers in this game.
Oh, yes. Quite makes the game quite uneven.
Here it is. So I just unlocked the level on my skill tree where the mushroom can revive me from death. And I just need to invest a point in it.
Next level.
Yep. Hold on. I need to dump some stuff from my inventory real quick. Got some junk.
Oh, that is so cool.
What'd you drop?
I have a new spell ability.
Nice.
I haven't been checking it out, but I'll wait till you're out of your menu and I'll show you.
Yeah, I'm just having issues with things that I need to sell and don't have any space for. I'm a gonk. What else?
So this is my new spell ability.
Nice.
And I can do it 3 times in a row.
Nice. I just got magic missile.
Did you want to? I think I still have it.
Hey, one shrine piece coming out, piping hot.
I got my other one if you want it, but I doubt it because it's only at 60 damage. But it's the one that creates the path.
No, I'm good. Hey, we got a shrine piece coming out all piping hot. Go, Tina.
Alright.
Tina rocks. We got a shrine piece coming out piping hot.
Oh.
I love my job.
I'm having trying to get choppy.
Choppy?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like the stream getting choppy, or
No,
like your
me.
game is getting choppy? Oh,
My game.
interesting.
Don't keep running.
So my net connection's fine, so it shouldn't be a host problem. At least my net connection looks fine. Nice. Good need to sell ship. I'll get some gear real quick. Oh, that's fast. Oh, it's one of my favorite guns, though. Oh, okay. Damn, that's a fast sword. I'll take that. Good melee weapon.
See if you need this.
Hmm? I do. I do. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's get out. Oh, okay.
So I haven't collected everything because I was having issues.
Oh. I see. Hit menu when ready to travel. Or portal.
Fuck? Graphics are still getting really choppy. What the hell's going on?
Maybe we need to reconnect again? Hey!
Alright, let's go ahead and make this fucking portal go here.
Thank you for the biddies, homie. That was a little bit quieter than I thought it would be. I thought I had to turn it up a little bit more, but that's okay. Thank you for the biddies,
So
Scott.
I'm going to...
Wait, we need to do this. Oh yeah, you're leaving and come back. Okay. Actually, before I do this, I'd like to go to a vending machine.
Oh?
Let me use this vending machine real quick. At Queen's Gate. Sorry for the almost radio silence for the last few weeks. Been in a strange headspace. Oh, you're good, man. I understand that. I figured that that was probably the case, and that we'd see you, you know, when you were feeling better. Yeah, I figured we'd see you when you're feeling better. Yeah. Yes, I have been. Thank you. You've been on the protein, ain't ya? No. So let me sell this junk. Wait, did I just sell my ring? Did we have rings available now finally? fine if it's true. I can finally wear them. I'll start putting all my good ones. Quid. Glad you're getting back into it though, buddy. Missed you. Striking, yeah. We think about that. We sell this. Think about these. Okay, I'm not going to use that. Probably not going to use that. Oh, it's got companion damage though. Happy birthday for whatever day it's on. It's gonna be on the 17th. I'm probably gonna do a. I appreciate you. I'm probably gonna do a like a 18th stream, something like that. I think I'm gonna do like a stream on the 18th or something like that for the actual thing. I just figured, but this is in order to celebrate with my friends, play co-op games, get through this game. This was a good time this week, scheduling wise. Yeah. Okay. Chill axe, sure. Okay. Okay. Can we wear rings now? Is that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Excellent. We got one, probably, right?
Yeah.
That's right. I got one that.
And then
bonuses
another
companion
like
damage.
another 2 or 3 levels. We'll have another one.
Hmm. Okay. I'll send you a message in Discord that way, don't you worry about it. I appreciate you. It's not necessary, but I appreciate you all the same. Thank you. I'm probably going to be doing something with Meg that day. Most likely. But I appreciate you all the same. Thank you. Hmm. Got a great sword of numbing with vampirism. It says 98 damage. What's the level of that great sword of vampirism? 154. This is a 155. 106. 0.85. It's a little bit faster. I'll take it.
Why waste the money?
Alright. I need to... I guess I can... Let me equip this stuff and then I'll sell whatever's left. Just in case I end up needing it. I guess I'll go ahead and sell that. Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Back to where we were. I appreciate you though, man. I'm hungry. I need to eat something for real and not just
Snack.
snack, yeah.
Do not snack, my good sir. Eat something.
Yeah, I should go grab something real quick. I'm sure she brought home something that I can throw in the microwave and gorge myself on real quick.
Corn dogs. It's funny, the other day I'd totally forgotten I had bought corn dogs, and I gotta say, Texas is one of the first places I've ever lived that literally has pretty much almost everything as like their own brand in the way. Like they have literally Texas shaped chicken nuggets.
That's funny.
Yes, I was like, I saw that, I was like, the inner child's like, yes. The fat boy within me is like, yes. And the Texan in me is like, yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
Texas. They're so hung up on themselves that they have their own chicken nuggets for their steak.
I'm down for that though.
Yes,
down for that.
I'm so down for it. I'm just
I
like
support. If we had,
just like how
if we had,
they have.
Oh no, go ahead.
So they have their own. So there's like Lucky Charms and all stuff. They have Texas-sized Lucky Charms.
Oh no, I forgot. Yeah, Texas has Texas-sized everything, where they make everything just bigger.
But they call it Texas.
Texas-sized, yeah.
Texas-sized, yes. And the only place you can get them is either online or actually in Texas.
Yeah. Yep. I would probably. Is it more expensive though?
No, the funny thing is, I think they're the same price as the regular.
I was
box.
gonna say, would like Texas sized be like more expensive than a large? Oh my god, that troll owned me, bro. I need a hand over here, I think. Never mind.
Thanks for the hug, Dad.
I got the troll.
Let's do it again soon.
That's a big rock. Watch that goblin, he drops a mine when he dies, and it's not nice.
I think he meant to say Agent of Doom, not Engine of Doom.
I mean, you could be an Engine of Doom. Think of that fiery chick in Baldur's Gate 3 that we've been playing with. She's an Engine of Doom, technically. Literally.
I guess. Yeah, true.
A demon engine, but an engine of doom nonetheless.
It's funny because in my new playthrough, I'm already romancing her.
She's the one I want to romance. She's awesome.
She's funny as hell.
She is,
dude.
dude.
Like I always gotta have her in my group all the time because just her reactions to half the stuff. Like, because she interacts with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of the very few characters that has like an interaction with almost just about every single person.
I think she's happy to just not be in a demon war any longer.
That is true.
Get that last piece of ore. Ugly pig-faced malcontent. I've got malcontent. I have diabetes. I have got malcontent and I've got diabetes. I fucking love South Park, dude. Fucking love Scott Malkinson. Yes, my friend, the Crow Witch Doctor, he tell me what to do. Oh, it looks like I've unlocked the level where I can equip the ring to my other side, I guess. There we go. I almost died again. I don't think I'm building this character correctly.
Wait, this has an alternate fire mode? My rocket launcher has an alternate fire mode.
Why wouldn't it?
True. Crossbow rocket, a crossbow sniper rifle with a rocket attachment.
A crossbow sniper rifle with a rocket attachment. That's funny.
The first shot doesn't kill you, the second one will.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
Goblins tired of force suppression GTFO.
I hope the void is extra hot today.
There's a goblin? Oh, it's Goblin Trickster. Oh, he's a very big Goblin Trickster. He's a very large Goblin Trickster. How'd they get him inside that tiny barrel?
Winnie the Pooh.
Roger that. I killed a bomb? It was just kind of walking around. I'll haunt you if I can. Woo! Woo!
Woo woo!
Shrine piece.
Swine piece. Catches you a
Swine
little
piece.
back.
Itself. Quickly now, bring that lead here.
Let's help our goblin friends and then we'll do that. Goblins tired of forced oppression.
Isn't that their whole entire mantra?
Yeah, GTFO. Goblins tired of forced oppression.
Now to find the freedom fighters.
How to find the freedom fighters.
Oh hey, there's fucking, I didn't have to go all the way back to town. There's fucking things right here.
Oh, I can't do this anymore. Every day is the same. Wake, work, sleep, wake, work, sleep. There has to be another way. The goblins have to rise up. It's the only way we'll free ourselves from the tyranny of Vorkanon.
That's a whole
That thing's a real dragon, and I'm a Raptor-famed Sky Raptor.
Alright, 160. Alright. Oh man, apparently I have junk I can sell real quick. All right.
The goblins deserve to be free. We are the goblins tired of forced oppression. Freedom fighters, one and all! Although I am glad you showed up, because I'm pretty sure I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag.
At least you can admit it.
I'm all about it, little friend, but just checking. Is there a reward by chance?
Oh, there'll be coin in it for you. But first, we must shatter the chains of oppression, fight for glorious goblin freedom, and rebuke the tyranny of Dragon God Volcanar.
Dragon God. Can't say I've sent one of those to death before.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm mostly totally sure he's a false god. Now come along. It's time to free my goblin brothers and sisters. The brave few who clamored for freedom have been exiled from the mountain by Volcanar. He is a cruel master, demanding tribute from our enslaved people once a week. If he is displeased by the offering, his punishment is harsh. We must put a stop to it once and for all. And with your help, I might finally earn my GTFO nose ring.
Sure. Nose ring. Why not?
It's a badge of honor representing full membership in the GTFO. The leadership doubted my ability, but we'll show them. Well, now the entrance isn't large.
You're done! Time to put someone in a cast.
We're heading to the gym.
Roger that.
Bam. There it is. Take care of these dragons.
Were they
Ew.
dragons or were they wyverns?
Same thing.
How'd you say you? Oh.
Because, yeah, that's why. No, it's a mimic. Give me the loots. Hope I've let off too. We started racing with the loot.
No wonder you want to help them so much. You're such a loot goblin.
Exactly. My fellow looters.
No good.
Huh, impenetrable barrier. Well, I guess the goblins are screwed. Oh well, we
tried.
Come here, Valentine. We can figure this out. It's a puzzle of some kind.
Bingo dingo, Fredalicious.
But we've already shot at it and hit it with heavy objects.
Do we detect any magic?
And lo, the mysteries of the seemingly impenetrable barrier are revealed to you. What you gonna do?
Follow the ley lines, obviously.
I'll stay here and keep an eye on the barrier.
That's so funny.
Do that. Sounds like a very important job. I'll go do the other thing.
And don't worry about killing any goblins that are working for Volcanar. They're traitors to Volcanar. They deserve exactly what they get.
You see before you a big, fancy magical machine. Do hickey dickory dock.
That looks promising.
Do hickey dickory dock.
Another go-to move?
Oh, right. Hitting stuff.
Oh, whatever you just did, the barrier is weakened! Do it again!
Well, I'll do it again.
Intended, but I don't think goblins can build something that complicated.
Well, that's just hurtful. It is true. But yes, they must be the work of the foul troll oracles that serve foul Larkanar with their foul magics and create their foul machines.
Great. Now the word foul doesn't have any meaning to me anymore. Stupid semantic satiation.
Before you stands yet another magical... whatchamacdoozy.
Let's take it to Smash Town.
Smash Town?
No, I know. I heard it as soon as I said it. I know.
I heard it as soon as I said it. I know.
The barrier is down! Now's our chance! Get back here!
Be polite to that when you see her, or else. Let's let some hot air out of that big head.
Run. Oh god. Goblin Tinker got me, bro. I'm going down, man. I'm up. Something got me.
1. Life 0.
Did you get me up?
No, I think you killed something.
No, my mushroom might have. Hang on. I've got a point. I'm going to invest it immediately into the revive mushroom ability. So my mushroom can res me. Now my mushroom will res me if I go down.
Goblin fashion! A 21 fart salute!
The ones with hearts on them are healing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Gun chest.
Let's do this! It's an oracle!
It's an oracle. Crap, 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 crap. Arrow school.
Now for the next phase of Operation Green Dream. I stashed some GTF phone posters and a flag nearby when I was chased out of the mountain. Go get 'em! Once you've got the posters, I need you to venture into the mountain and put them up all over the place. The goblins should rally to our cause, as long as their spirits haven't been broken by the taskmasters. As for me, I've got a little side operation I need to attend to. I'll meet up with you later.
want a revolution? Well, you know, we all
Just hang out there for a minute.
I don't know. It just sort of popped into my head.
And you have to say everything that pops into your head?
Where go gobs?
Oh shit.
Jesus, these taskmasters have a lot of HP.
Yes, they do.
Yes! Eating was so awful! Ah.
One down.
I got mine down up here.
Yeah, Ray, you scared?
Never.
Wipe your shoes off at death's door!
Really?
For me, come kill.
He speak of big words.
Death by death cap!
Death by death cap.
Give me something to cast at this instant!
Can't find any actual Spore Warden armor. I find armor with Spore Warden buffs, but no actual Spore Warden armor. Kind of annoying, actually.
Don't know what to say, sir. Quite a few things I can give to you to see if you need them or not.
I think I'm probably rocking, but I could be wrong.
So puny, so weak.
Oops. One of me and one of the guards killed each other, so now I don't have a way to get myself up. Oh, that's right, my mushroom can do it. Go, mushroom, you rule! Oh, they're immune to fire damage, that's what it is. I don't know where the Oracle went. There he is.
He did.
That was a close one. Thought he was gonna strip the green off my board.
An axe. I think it's time for my little green friend to fend for herself.
Oh, we found an axe for her to fight with.
Got you something from the loot pile.
What? What is it? Oh my god, a weapon! Look, I have some GTFO training, but I've never been in a real fight before.
Don't worry, sending your enemies to death is easy once you get used to it. And you are quite the little pistol.
Okay, if you say so. But right now, it's time to claim the caverns for the glorious resistance. Raise the GTFO flag!
No.
This is your big moment.
Awkward.
Hear me, my goblin!
Ooh.
GTFO is the freedom of bondage under the false god Wagner. Join us, and together we will cast
Okay.
the shades of
Through the chains of oppression.
Ready for the next phase of our operation? I did some recon earlier and spotted a bunch of political prisoners in the lakeside village. We gotta free them!
Political prisoners from the lakeside.
Are you ready? We need to free the GTFO prisoners, but be careful. The troll jailers are tough as gobnails.
Gobnails.
I'll join you in a second. Fight on, champion!
Whoa.
You are getting all the great. Magic, stack, go!
God. My gun turns into a grenade when I throw it. It just rolls into a ball and the ball explodes if it makes contact. Magic bomb.
More for the culling.
Beautiful here. Seems a strange place for a prison.
Oh, it's the worst, isn't it? Natural beauty, sunshine, fresh air. It makes me sick that they subject goblins to such horrible conditions.
Oh, that's right, goblins like dank and dark caves and... Yeah, that's right. For goblins, these conditions are horrible and torturous. Rifle mode. What else can it be if not a rifle? Oh, a grenade launcher, apparently.
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember.
Where was the marble? Do you have it?
I think, yeah, okay, yeah, it was right next to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think I figured out how to get up there. Yep.
Do the smashy smashy.
Eldon's parents were legendary heroes, wyvern tamers, giant slayers, favorites of the queen. He wants so much to be special like them, like me. When I said he already was, he scoffed. He wants so much to be extra when I'd be so happy with ordinary.
Please help! It's fresh air is killing me! No!
The fresh air is killing me.
Laterally.
Get me the fuck out of here.
You did it! And the prisoners are finally safe back in their dank pits. Oh, how I miss my dank pit. But there's still more to be done.
Some dragons over here.
Some what?
Wyverns.
Oh.
Wyvern newts and wyvern, hair.
One more for the soul fire. Should have called you a doom shroom.
Should have called you a doom shroom instead of a death cap.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's funny.
I agree. There's anything. Oh, there's a cave over here. Gun chest.
What's that yonder? That is a poetry page, baby.
Where are the orcs? The dwarves disappeared and the golems are gone.
For the rest of that poem, simply walk your little leggy legs to the tavern in Brayhoof.
See if you own these.
Oh, it's a spell. I do want to just sell them. But
be my guess.
Say I need them for sales. They're freaking worth a lot.
I'm at 64,796.
Nice.
What the bloody heck shark in the world thingy are these?
Oh my way. What? Oh. Hammerheads. You know, hammerheads.
And dogfish.
And dogfish. Oh god. Oh god, they're actually terrible. Oh god, they're actually terrible. Oh god. They're actually terrible.
I love my job.
Oh, it's back.
He splitters.
It flops.
What was that old TV show, kids cartoon with the sharks?
Mm-hmm. Never a big fan of
Shark
sharks.
There was a kids cartoon that was basically, yeah, they were talking sharks.
I've never been a big fan of sharks. A daddy shark? Do 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 do. That was a kids cartoon about talking sharks. I don't know if it still is.
No, this was like they fought crime and everything.
Daddy shark do 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 do. He's a detective do 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 do.
I did not know that.
No, I have no idea. I'm literally making it up, being funny. As you said, they're like detectives or something. I was like, he's a detective, do 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 do. Like I'm just like mixing it in as you go. I don't know.
Who's the frozen man on the stone?
That's what I was curious about. Oh, okay. I guess we'll find him here later for something.
Most likely, yes.
Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, okay. Oh, there's dye in here.
Oh, hey.
RNG got nothing on you.
RNG got nothing on you. Once again, armor is not mine. Once again, armor that's not mine. Oh wait, you're a clawbringer.
I'm good with what I got.
Oh, alright, well. Honestly, what I have probably isn't all that good anyway,
I
so.
see another dice.
Oh, you do? Alright.
Yep, just gotta figure out a way to get up there.
Yep.
Which looks like from this side somewhere over here. Oh, I think I already figured it out.
Excellent. My strength stat is maxed out.
Finally!
Hmm?
Congrats.
Thank you. I need to go get some food. I'm hungry.
Sweet.
Quiver across your skin.
I almost shot your wyvern. I was like, there's a small one.
This is more than you deserve.
Do not shoot. Hey, there's a hidden door here.
Oh, they're still after me. I don't know if I lost them, but I can't run anymore. I just need a second to catch my breath. If anybody finds this, these might be the last words of Jar. I heard murmurs of revolution around the soup cauldron and heard the name GTFO. Goblins tired of false depression. I've risked my life to join them. But that life wasn't worth living anyway. But now I finally have something to fight for. If I survive the night, that is.
Survive the night, that is. Hmm. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. You good, right?
Not yet.
crossbow rifles are starting to come in handy. Oh, I didn't even go where I thought I went.
I found Spore War armor for you if you need it.
Any good?
Item score 172. It shows the gun +1 and then the arrow +2. Movement speed 2.2%. Spell damage 2.8. Gun critical chance 3.4%.
I guess I could try it. Oh, we're already finished here. I didn't even notice that. Wait, she said there was political prisoners in here, though. Did we get them all? Oh, we did get them all. Was that it? Do we need to talk to her again?
I think so.
Oh. I guess let's head back to where she was then. He's probably gonna have us raid this place next, and we just missed it. Shit, where is she?
We'll check this out first.
What'd you... Oh.
Explore warrior outfit. Okay. Where the hell did you go? I just picked you up. Where'd you go?
Whoa!
There you are.
I guess. I'll look at it and I'll take a better peek at it later. Okay, let's see if we can find Jack's jar.
Jack's jar?
Whatever her name is. She said, so after we freed the political prisoners, we just kind of fucked off and didn't really try to stay and help. Where were they?
Oh.
Just like...
It says talk to Nicole or...
No, there's... I'm sure we're supposed to talk to Jar again to do the next part of the quest. Right? I mean, she didn't have us attack this area or anything.
Do you still have a quest for her?
No, but she didn't have us attack the area or anything. And I would swear she would have us attack like a boss area, right? Like this castle. Right?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here she is. Yeah, I knew she was back over here. I was like, there's no way.
Ready for the next phase of our operation? Next, we have to seize the means of production, then destroy them. That'll show Mark and I we mean business. Come this way.
Just the de-escalation without violence expert I've been searching for. Come here, sweetie.
Just the de-escalation without violence expert I've been searching for.
It's okay, darling. Your gun, I mean. Names, bitch! We here in the village have been having a spot of trouble with our local evil wizard, Baldar the Ghastly. I know you can help.
Sure, I'll send him to death for you. No problem.
No! This village has seen enough violence for one lifetime. We want this solved peacefully.
Gun case.
Just get him to leave us alone.
Okay.
That's not really my jam, but
I'll try.
Up here. It was to your left.
Oh.
The means of production are also the engines of oppression. So come, bust them up.
So you gotta jump on this rock, and then jump up here.
We'll meet up there.
Ooh. Interesting. I assume it just equips it then.
You've been on the protein, ain't ya?
You've been on the protein, ain't ya?
Oh, there's cellular machines here. Ew.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get into right now, is a selling machine.
I'll keep holding on to this. Just like my grudges.
Just like my grudges. Okay. Whoa! Now that's a shield. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, I'm getting some shields with some actual health on them. Now that's a shield. The monks rubbed that with sacred oils. Perverts, the lot of them. That's what I'm talking about. Claptrap has an exciting apprenticeship opportunity for you. Strike while the iron is hot.
Little yellow robo-bro would like your assistance with his smithing gig. And I'm gonna be real with you for a second. It's not going well so far. He's terrible at his job. And most things that he does. He's just kind of a rolling tragedy.
She straight up calls Claptrap a rolling tragedy. Oh, that got me a little bit, bro. She straight up called Claptrap a rolling tragedy.
So what's your shield capacity at right now?
Bro, well, I got some good news. First of all, our new games have launched, surprisingly, on oh, it's Tuesday, never mind. Our new games have launched for this month.
For
for my company that I'm partnered with. I don't want to say it out loud right now. And one of them is a space game I've been waiting to play for a while.
Wait, is it the
yeah, hard space?
Yeah, so what was your shield at?
It's at like 400 something now.
Okay, cool. Because I have one at 402, but yours is probably better.
Let's go. Anyway. Alright, give me a minute before we go across. I'm gonna try to find something I can throw in the microwave. I am hurting over here.
Oh god. I think I'm gonna do the same too. I'm starting to get a little angry at myself too.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back real quick then.
Yep.
Ugh, this heart just keeps beating and beating in my chest. And it's so annoying. Like, I get it. You're there.
Ray. Ray, are you there, Ray? Ray. Must have gone to grab his food.
It's a final countdown.
Alright. Sorry it took me so long. All I had was sandwich stuff, so I just ate the sandwiches. Just made them and ate them real quick.
New premium.
I don't think I was gone that long.
Another soul home.
That was really weird. They were just standing there for the longest time, just like.
Oh wait, we needed to talk to Claptrap, I think.
Crab Trap?
Clapu Trapu.
Crab Trap.
Now.
I think. Hang on, let me check the map before I get all... Yeah, he's this way.
My favorite crapping pot.
Your favorite crapping pot? You know, there's a lady who wants us to deal with a wizard non-violently. Yeah, I know.
I guess de-equipped, or actually no, I don't even know how you actually then
It
still
said something
violent.
about other mechanics.
Talking to him.
Whoa, it's Claptrap with a sword.
Tidings, friend. I have the perfect job for someone like you. And by like you, I mean willing to do back-breaking dangerous labor for a pittance.
Make it a pittance and a half and you've got a deal.
The blacksmith of this forge, Master Tunhammer, is off on a delivery.
Mr.
And he
Tunhammer.
left me in charge of forging a bunch of magical gear while he's gone. Thing is, I kind of forged my forging resume. I don't know how to smith magic items worth a dang, but I do know it starts with mining magic ore. You grab that pick and bust your hump mining and defending yourself from wild animals, while I do the much harder task of preparing the forge. You're all set. Now head to the quarry out back. There's the quarry. Ah! It looks like Master Tunhammer's locked it up. You can pick locks, right?
Lockpicked.
Of course I can.
Nice picking, apprentice. Now put those skills to use on that ore.
Or?
I did you a favor. Trust me.
The red rocks on the rocks.
Good job, apprentice. I'm proud of you. That's a little thing called positive feedback,
Huh?
and it's good for morale. At least that's what I read. I wouldn't know.
Oh, I see. Ah, I see. Okay.
Send a Coop to do a killing job.
They're really tiny. I see.
Tap their butts good.
So Meg's playing. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Meg's playing GTA 5.
Yes. And what's so great about that?
It's honestly been fun to watch her replay it, and then I realized that she's never played Cyberpunk, and I actually own a disc copy on PS4. So I am gonna make her play it next, and she's like, "You're not gonna be like, oh, do this, do that in my ear," and I was like, "No." I said, I told her, I was like, I told her straight up, I was like, there's kind of no wrong way to play Cyberpunk, so it's just kind of what you choose to do is what happens. And I said, now if you look to me and say, oh, I want this certain outcome to happen, then I'll tell you what you need to do to get that outcome, but there's no wrong way to play. Grab me ore, because I can't. There we go. Took me a second to make that jump.
Yeah, well, because actually some of it fell underneath this, so I was hoping you would grab that.
Alright. Oh, we still need 3 more. We're missing one. Missing one of those ones drop supply. One of these boxes will have it.
Oh, right here.
Got it. Pick them up. Let's do it.
All right, apprentice. Haul that magic ore back here so I can get to work on my masterpiece.
Sure thing, crap.
Crap.
You can drop the bits of ore there to fuse them into a workable hunk of metal. Fuse the ores, apprentice. Fuse the ores.
Did they really try to do a Star Wars quote in this game? Oh my god.
Use the oils.
Use the oil, my
Which is
apprentice. Use the oil. Use the force, Luke.
Use this junk into a magic weapon worthy of the gods. Oh, this isn't working.
Maybe you should try being better at your job. Just a thought.
It's this hammer. Master Tunhammer took the good hammer with him, and that magic ore is too strong for any ordinary tool to work. You try. Use the toughest tool you've got. I loosened
Spatula.
More importantly, I've done it. I've crafted the ultimate weapon.
A spatula?
Wait, what the heck is this? Ah! Well, we tried honest labor, but now it's time to do what you do best. Take better gear from other people and pass it off as your own. Let's be
That is kind of what we do best, isn't it?
Yep.
That is like half of what I do. Where's the loot?
Yeah.
To the mountain of despair! That's not its official name, but I am pretty desperate, so that's what I'm calling it. Also, bring the pick. No sense in letting good ore go to waste. If you find any while you're out there, bring it back here for some extra coin. The mountain is full of adventurers who got lost and kicked the bucket while carrying all sorts of magic loot. All you have to do is get the good stuff and bring it back here. Then I can pretend I made it, and Master Tunhammer will be impressed and probably give me a promotion. That means more responsibilities, which I can pass on to you for marginally more pay. Maybe.
Maybe. Which I can pass on to you for marginally more pay. Maybe.
Charles Ring of Fire Dancing could walk on lava unharmed, but he was notoriously clumsy and fell face first into the river and burned to a crisp. All that remains is that ring. Silly humans. When will they learn that one wheel beats two legs any day? That's twice many things that can go wrong. No wonder you're always tripping all over the place.
That's funny. Damn, that's almost 10 right there. That's good. Is there more there that I missed?
No, there were some mines.
Oh, okay, excellent. And there's like another one there that we can hit and get some more ore. And then we'll be
probably
getting some extra mons, hums. I love that song. Get the extra mons, hum. What's your favorite, what is your favorite off word for money? You know, there's like cash, simoleons, moolah, you know, like what's your favorite like off word for money that you've used more than any other? Like dough.
Honestly, I kind of fluctuate between like
chat,
moolah and cash.
Yeah.
Occasional dinero.
Dinero, yeah.
Dinero.
Dinero is a good one. Dinero is a good one. Oh, here's a more ore. Oh, you can hold E to take all. That's probably better. Oh god. Bloop. Bloop. Okay. Only 10 away now. Wait, so there's more veins hidden over here that I missed? Like straight up?
Possibly.
Like for true? Yeah, there is one.
Bro, shiggity.
Got 3 of them. Oh, there's another vein over here I missed. That's for true.
Faux shiggity.
What? Why are you saying that?
For real? Faux shiggity.
I'm not Snoop Dogg or Timbaland.
The shit potato.
I got gaps in my logic and I'm hooked on crying.
Oh, okay, so that takes us all the way up. Okay.
Okay. That's to get out of here.
Yeah.
I see a weird shark creature on the other side and it makes me concerned about my health.
For once, we're playing a game where you're... Oh, I found a vein.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
You finally played in a game where it's showing one of your fears. Which is funny because I'm surprised you didn't freak out so much in Raft.
I'm not really... Well, I'm not terribly afraid of sharks. I mean, like, they're concerning, but I wouldn't say I'm terrified of sharks. Less people die from sharks to car accidents every year. So.
Oh yeah.
So.
You're more likely to die from a shark bite than an actual shark killing you.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Because technically, unless they are starving,
yeah,
they literally bite us and then let us go because they're like, ew, we taste disgusting.
Yeah, and plus they usually only do that out of like fear or something like that, because generally they have a tendency to avoid humans or just kind of be like, oh hey, what's this? Oh, it's a human. All right, we out. Yeah.
Not worth my time.
Yeah. They what do you call it? Mark Rover did one of his experiments. It was like threw blood and like fish viscera and shit like that into the water, and the sharks avoided mostly everything except for the whatchamacallit, fish viscera, fish gorm guts.
This thingy up here,
I didn't mean to do that, huh?
Something over here we're supposed to interact with, I think.
Oh, hang on, let me do that.
I was like,
I kind of ignored it. I didn't mean to. I didn't see it. Again, this game kind of blends everything very well, doesn't it?
Well, it didn't really trigger until I got close enough to it.
There it is! Smash that rock chunk to pieces and get that ring!
Cracking stones seems like an undignified way to get loot.
Ha ha! Well done! Now grab that magic bling! It's not like
Magic bling?
Great! Now for the next item,
Did he really say magic bling?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the Frosty Hollow, there's the Cloak of Brunald. Hurry, apprentice! Your
Cloak of
master commands you!
Brunald.
Brunald was a mighty barbarian who hoped to slay the frost goblins, thinking his cloak of cold resistance would protect him. Well,
Ooh.
Brunald was frozen solid, but the enchantment kept his cloak in perfect condition.
We could just use the crafting rules to make our own gear.
Girl, that sounds boring as hell. You don't have time for all that crap.
Yeah, fighting people and taking their stuff is way faster and more exciting.
But it's a crafting quest.
My sweet baby friend, I pinky promised that next set show we can narrate all the boring stuff you love and roll dice all you want, but for now, we're doing things my way with guns and loot and adventure and actually interesting stuff.
And actually interesting stuff. Fine. Wanda Sykes. I love.
Well, excuse me, then.
Dude, I love Wanda Sykes, and having Wanda Sykes and Tiny Tina together is a fucking trip, dude. Why do you sound like Evan Baxter but look like a BG? I fucking love Wanda Sykes, dude. She's so funny. Oh man.
I see gobos.
I see gobos too. I want to try my new gun anyway. Not bad.
Welcome to the family!
Oh god, that's such an extreme zoom. Worth it, but damn, it's an extreme zoom. Where's my mushroom companion? Oh, he's around. Okay. I'd rather just use the burst fire. It's not like the gun moves. Who's the badass now, punk? Dude, I've got this revolver that just does a crap ton of damage. It just does a crap ton. Like, and I honestly don't want to flip it off. You know how you have like your machine gun that you're not flipping for anything?
Yeah.
I'm not flipping this revolver for anything for a while.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
Like, something's gonna have to spit some serious damage. It's gonna have to be like 100 more points than this gun before I'm gonna be willing to flip it off. Like, it is such a good gun. I'm really enjoying it. I do have to tell you, I have a doctor's appointment at 4, so I'm probably gonna leave around 3:30ish, but that's not for another hour, so.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, it wasn't my plan for today, but yeah.
Shite happened.
I literally forgot about it, yeah. Tomorrow there shouldn't be any eruptions. We should be able to play from like early morning to 6-ish. Ooh, Jesus. Damn, my new sniper rifle's not bad either.
So let me get this straight. We're trying to not aggro this guy?
Yeah, you heard the bird. Don't worry, I'm sure this will be super duper easy since you're both masters of finesse. Smoothest of the smooth.
You can finesse. We're finesse capable.
Aw, you made me think that, and I want you to know, from me to you, it's really adorable.
Oh, you really think that? I want you to know from me to you? That's adorable. That is funny as hell.
That's too good for you.
My character is funny as hell. Uh-oh, dogfish.
I never want to wait again.
Not dogfish. Ah. Reload. Desperate reload. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Jesus. That shark is coming to get me.
Have you prepped your pants yet?
No. Sharks really aren't that bad, honestly. Considering they can be defeated by a punch in the gills. I've always thought about that. I've always thought, like, I'll just, like, grab a shark in the gills and just, like, rip his gills off. Like,
But it's stuck! You'll have to hack away at the ice to chip it free!
I don't know. I definitely won't lie around and just accept punishment from the shark. That I can say. I definitely will be fighting back. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering what that statue guy was all about. There's not a whole lot of ore in this room, but they're pretending like there's a ton. That's in the back. There it is. Missing 3 pieces of ore. 3 pieces. 3 pieces. Means I'm missing basically 1 small rock I need to hit. Ray, I might need your help locating a rock. Never mind. Found the rock. I don't want this cape. I hope I get to pick one of these.
Tell Death I said sigh!
Tell Death I said what?
Duh! It's magic ice! You can't hack it! You'll have to kill the Froblins to end their icy enchantment and free the cloak!
Ah. Problem Ice Witch dead. This person died and said nothing of value was lost. Goblins are funny, man.
Death of the Froblins, the cloak is
They are quite interesting creatures.
Grab it before more problems arrive. Now hurry up and get the hack out of there. Wait, why can't I stop saying hack? Whatever, return to me, hack prentice. Ah, I did it again!
Alright, but just keep these awesome magic items for ourselves.
Awesome.
That doesn't sound very heroic at all.
What are you
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I kind of want a
We
cape.
them fair and square. We just risked our lives out there. Hey, that rhymed.
Yeah, but we agreed to a quest.
A quest built on a foundation of lies?
If you don't finish the quest,
It's true.
you don't get XP.
Oh.
But I'm so close to my super cool class feature.
Then you know what you must do, Valentino.
Fine.
I knew being a hero was
This
fraught
brought with so much moral ambiguity. That's honestly what I was thinking. Keep the damn cape. Maybe I can pick one. I want the cape.
You've been
Oh.
subcontracting your apprenticeship behind my back, have you? The smithing guild will have my head. Or one of our heads, anyway.
Master Thunhammer, it's not what it looks like. They were just helping me with little things. You know, I can't reach the tools on the top shelf. I did all the hard work.
Right. Then let's see your hard work, shall we?
With pleasure. Yay, you there. Place my works on yon mannequin so Master Thunhammer can marvel at my craft.
His arm is an anvil. Dude can just craft up a sword whenever he wants.
You see, Master, I told you I could handle it. Take a look at these beauties.
Oh, fine work, apprentice. This is the work of a master. This master! In fact, I made these pieces myself! I'm gonna hammer you and your thieving friend into bloody bedpans!
Oh.
Ah, Prentice! Protect your master!
Ah.
Are you stupid?
I guess this is gonna be his forge in a minute. I guess it's gonna be Claptrap's forge in a minute.
On demand. Don't thank me.
Oh shit, come on, come on. Reload, reload. Magic missile. I was just thinking, like, how do we fight this guy?
It's almost a shame to send such a talented craftsman to death.
Apprentice!
Yeah, well.
What have you done? You killed the master of the smithy. Or should I say, former master?
Exactly.
I'm in charge now. I know that promotes
Claptrap gets it.
You can keep that jerk's pick, by the way. It's not like I'll be using it. Mine is for chumps.
Okay, I want the cape.
Now, take your payment and get thee gone! You kinda have a history of killing master smiths, which disqualifies you from my apprenticeship program. Some other desperate adventurer will be by to replace you soon enough, I'm sure.
Why can't my reward be the cape? I want the cape. It's a cool cape. I want the cape. Is this a reference to Frozen?
Possible.
I haven't actually seen the movie, so I don't know.
Same, I haven't either.
He gave us something. Commander's adamant plate of the Night Chapel? Nah, but this is for a Clawbringer. This might be good for you. Dropping.
No gun chest up here. And a dice.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm just gonna... How did you... Oh, there's a ladder. How did I ignore this the first time?
No clue.
Well, it's sellable. So is that. Boy, that was the worst die she's rolled for me yet. Across 2 characters. Seriously. Numbers, go! I dropped it for you.
Trying to create some room.
to change mission. Oh wait, is this the wizard that we need to passively? Oh yes. That we need to passively remove.
Enjoy your vacation.
Having all the fun without me.
A little bit, admittedly.
Hot air out of that.
What the hell, Governor?
Whoa! That's a new spell. Is the PGS that loads in the back like that? I think it is. And they want us to deal with this guy non-violently.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
A
good punch and kick usually always works. I found the dice and a chest.
Ah, another die. Let's go. Right.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Oh.
I wonder if you need this.
Okay, non-violence. Here we go.
Guessing you're that jerk wizard the Lady God told me about?
Yes, I take pride in finding new and exciting ways to terrorize those infernal nerds in the village. And with this one-of-a-kind scroll, I shall unlock an ancient tomb housing a weapon more horrifying than you can imagine.
Why does she want it to be non-violent?
Kill him so bad though. But I said I wouldn't.
I'm gonna go with intimidation.
Look, I know you've got magic tricks or whatever, but I've got food and also magic tricks. So how about you go ahead and leave the village alone?
Roll for intimidation.
Threaten me, will you? You think mere mortal weapons can defeat me? The evil
Yes.
Molder, scourge of the village. How?
I've already threatened you. What more do I have to do to get through to you?
No, don't hurt me. I'm far more frail than I seem. I'll leave the village alone, I swear. I'll even leave you with this. It will unseal an ancient cave, and within you will find a weapon.
Yay. Good luck pronouncing them weird ass words.
Fabric of the universe. Did you solve our wizard problem?
Oh, yeah, no violence here. He even gave me a scroll that leads to some kind of weapon as a peace offering. Weird peace offering, though, when you think about it.
Dice.
Oh dear. A weapon, you say? Well, you're obviously more than capable of solving our problems without violence. Please get that weapon away from us before any more harm comes to our peaceful village.
Now then, baby!
Man, what were we thinking trying to intimidate an egomaniac like that?
I don't know. I panicked. My only other thought was to try and kiss him.
That was your only other thought? That kind of thinking is why we're not allowed on Heat on 6 anymore.
That was your only other thought? Banned from a planet.
I didn't think that was possible.
Imagine being so fucking weird that an entire planet's just like, nah, never bring him back here again.
Got a shot.
That's right.
I hope the void is extra hot today. That's got another visitor this morning.
It's like we might have some weird like cultural things, but oh, what the heck?
Dragons.
What?
Wait, do what now?
Like, what murderized you?
My
the aliens are even the aliens are like
mushrooms not helping. Where has that mushroom even been? My mushroom just hasn't been anywhere near me for like the last few minutes, and it's kind of bugging me. Where has my mushroom gone? Where, oh where has my sweet mushroom gone? Oh where could he be?
Another dice.
Oh really? I'm on my way. Ping it.
Well, I haven't been able to get to it yet. But I see where it's at. Well, actually, I probably could ping it from here.
Ping it? Yeah. You can always ping.
No, Murnir, I was trying to ping you.
I see it. Yeah, we just haven't gone over there, that's all. I always figured we were going to be led over there by one of the characters, and I think we are getting led over there by Jar. Oh, it's my mushroom throwing gas bombs at them. He's shitting in his hand and throwing it at them. Like a monkey. Oh, I actually hit him. What a shot.
Pay me back later, okay?
Alright. Elbow itches. The name of my mushroom. Ooh.
Flatulence.
Ben sent me, so let me in, little gob.
No, and I don't care who sent you. It's too risky. We don't want any more violence. Ooh, hiding something, fascist? Let's see what you got in there.
For fascists.
Okay, no violence. I can do this. Probably. What else could I do, though?
Basket, distract snack, bribe snack, or seduce snack? Ah.
Seduce snack.
Mostly for distraction. There's a bribe. There's seduce. I guess I could open the cage and that distracts him, yeah?
Wait, what? I'm free! Death to the
Oh.
fascists! Comrade adventurer! Welcome to the resistance!
Oh, whoops. Maybe I should have done that.
Get back here right now!
Told you, always seduce.
I demand it!
This is a sacred resting place. Be gone.
Yeah, that might have been an accident.
Thank you for not trying to kiss anyone, newbie. Kiss out. With all the
Moisture and whatnot. Hey, man, I'm married. I can't seduce anybody.
Opportunities to be thirsty. I'm putting all the You're ignoring them like, no,
I'm not dehydrated. I'm fine.
WTF are you even thinking? Have you ever played an RPG? Come on.
Tina's mad at me for not seducing people. Putting all these cool glasses of water out. You're like, no, thanks. I'm not thirsty. I'm not thirsty. I'm married. I mean, seducing a drawbridge was one thing. I'm giving you all these cool glasses of water lying around and you're just like, no, thanks. I'm not even thirsty. That was great. That was worth it, honestly. That was worth skipping the seduction, honestly. Whoa. That spell is awesome. Have you seen my new spell?
No.
Oh boy, you should. It looks average, but there's something about it that's just not so average. Here, let's see it. Let's, oh wait. Wait for it. Let's see it now. Well. When it's closer to you, it's for some reason like way more devastating looking, and it looks terrifying, and it explodes with a serious brutality. Thank you. There's a die. Woo! I got it.
Ooh, what's going on?
I can sell it. Ooh, what's going on? I think the more die you activate in an area, the better the final die are, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, my luck going up. What's with this vigorous piano player, man? This piano player's playing like his life depends on it. Damn. This is cool, dude. I'm up here like... Oh, dude, it's a die up here.
There's something there. I don't know it.
And the music is surging with epicness. At this epically rare die I have run across. The surging music. You should come for the die, my bro. No, no, no.
I will.
It's there.
Map marked. Let's hit the road.
As soon as these guys get off my dick.
There's not much I can do about that at the moment, actually. I don't know. Oh, wait. I got some ammo from somewhere. Maybe my mushroom made it. That skeleton knight threw his sword at you. That was awesome, actually.
Am I heading in the right direction?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Keep going up. Oh, no, you're gonna go, there.
Someone help.
Hang on. Gonna go there next. Yeah, you got it. Now you're heading the right direction. Oh. There's a costume thingy up here. Nice. Mostly just some minor loot, surprisingly. I keep getting minor loot.
There is an item I have.
Wipe your shoes off at death's door.
Oh my god, I no-scoped him while falling. Holy shit. Gamer god. That's right. I'm a gamer god. Wait. I don't want to lose that. Come back here. There we go. Ooh, nice. Halfway decent damage. Single shot, but I can make it work. Remind me, I need to go to the vending machine right after we exit this area.
Yeah. You both do.
Scoreward and leather. No good to me.
Time to put this scroll to use. Let's see what weapon I in this ancient tomb.
Oh, and it's got words on it.
Perta dilatato 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
For a meanies. No seduction this time. Let's put you back in the ground.
Guardian archers.
My rocks are bigger.
My rocks are bigger. That was a lot of damage I just dealt out. One down.
All that meat just makes you a juicier target.
Thank you so much for noticing.
What did she say? I didn't hear what she said.
Something about how like everything is set up or whatever.
Maybe she said something about the way the dungeon's set up.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, you have to kill the guard to get the skulls to pull open the door. That is clever, actually.
I think that's what she said. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Oh, this is good dungeon design. Why, thank you for noticing. Yeah, I get it.
How dare you wake me from my ancient slumber? I am Runefeld, guardian of the dark hole. First of my name, last of my kind. Somewhere in the middle of reading anywhere between 1 and 4 novels simultaneously. I have stood in this spot and guarded this cave for time immemorial.
So, you want a kiss? Well,
Trying to give him a kiss, right? Jesus.
Lurk snacks bandaquad.
Oh wow.
That is probably enough names. You get the point.
Oh, wow.
At least we didn't have
Oh, we didn't get a... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, where's my powerful weapon? Here it is. Thanks.
The weapon is in your hands. Now go on, skedaddle out of this dusty pit.
See if you can use these.
Violence-wise.
Yeah, totally. But I did learn something. And that something is this. Violence really is the answer to most things.
Check these out.
Hang on, I'll get to it in a sec. Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's get a move on. Return the artifact to bench. Ooh, purple. It's a ring. Take that. Great. More investments in brewing? No. I need armor though. The armor's good, but I want like some great purple armor with some serious stat buffs.
Not till a little bit later.
I've been finding it for everybody else but me.
That's it! Take it all down! Destroy the fascists!
Oops.
Come back here! Anarchy!
Huh. Good way to the anarchists, I guess.
Oopsie daisy.
I don't know what it means, but I like the sound of it. Please tell me you know what that's from.
I was like, I've heard it, but I can't tell you where it's from.
So, have you retrieved the weapon?
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, Gary.
But it was a necessary evil.
Oh no, it's Mountain Dew and it's Mountain Dew and Pixie Sticks. Right?
No, he just said Mountain Dew.
Oh, I thought he was jacked up on Mountain Dew and Slim Jims. Oh, okay.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. I'll scissor kick you in the back of your head. I'll come at you like a spider monkey.
What did she give us?
Let's see.
What is this? It looks like a sword.
Ice spike of flickering, maybe, or
I got Goblin's Bane of the Stunner, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the same too.
Cool. Anyway, we need to find these machines. So before any of that, I have to refill ammo and sell my junk. Oh, wow. Yeah. Money! Alright. That sword's cool. I can't ever actually see the sword, so fuck it. 100 damage shotgun, probably a slug. Dragon's Moonstone of the Tactician Necklace. I don't even think I can wear a necklace yet. Can I?
I'm not sure.
No. The answer is no. What's my armor look like? Guys, come on. This game, Jesus. I don't hate it. About what I thought it would look like, honestly. Single goblins in your area. My jort pants. Eat my jort pants. Eat my shorts. Confirmation. The Simpsons rules. confirmations that Simpsons are. Doing a lot of damage over here, homie.
Having fun without me?
A little bit.
Yes, little
Everything is
mushroom.
awesome.
Cute as a button.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome when it's you and me.
That's like goblins.
More death wishes, Grant.
The fuck? Goblin Flame Rider. I was like, this goblin's like riding flames, and it says Goblin Flame Rider. I'm like, ah, well. At least he's honest with himself about who he is and what he does.
Magic, death, go!
We're gonna have to fight this Vorkanar thing at the end of this, aren't we?
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, probably.
Fighting a dragon, Valentine.
What? No, it's just a stupid game anyway.
Whoa. Stupid game? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and take that back, Valley. Right now.
Okay, take it back, all right? It's the best game ever, of all time.
Now you gotta take it down a notch.
It's a very enjoyable game, and I'm having fun.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, there you go. Wow, Tita. Alright, so what the...
She is scary.
Am I... Where am I going next? Oh. Got something good. See a rope? Nope. I see a rope, you dope. This way, I guess.
A rope dope.
You're welcome.
Tiny goblin. The fuck?
Don't look up.
Only downside to that spell, it takes forever. Oh no, we killed Snack.
Now.
Oh wait, what did
Snack
I pick that
attack.
up? Oh well. I was literally gonna hit that next. Reloading. Ooh. Oh. Did you see it that time?
Yeah.
Yeah, way cool, isn't it?
I like Meteor Call too.
It makes me, yeah, it's like fucking Final Fantasy 7-esque. It's awesome. What a spell.
Usually that's one of the spells that if I find it, it's really hard for me to trade out because it has to be something either really great. Oh, found a dice.
Oh, nice. Don't do that. I found a dice. Oh, nice. Let's do this.
Oh, that's one lucky die.
Oh, what's this? Ooh. Well, there's a free necklace for me to wear when I can. Good dice find, Ray, Secret Master. Ray, Secret Master.
We really need to get that.
I do need to make that a thing. I really do. I gotta find somebody to do the sting for me. Guess I could sample something. Oh. Oh. I almost finagled the physics.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
Oh, there's a guy? Oh.
Lava crawler.
I thought it was your guy because it was so small. Not as small in person, I guess, or up close, I guess. It's a matter of depth perception. Mine's terrible.
It seems like it. You might want to get your character's eyes checked out.
And apparently my jumping ability checked out too.
Let's play a game.
I just summoned a meteor strike on 3 dragons at one time. It was actually kind of badass.
I don't fear the dragons should fear me.
The dragons fear my fire. What was that spell? That was a cool spell.
Yes, bleeding was so awful.
There's a lot of lava crawlers in this area. I've killed like 5.
Yep.
See that puzzle? Yeah, I made that just for you.
Huh.
Yeah,
Lovely.
I made that just for you.
I gotta wish them a happy Death Day.
I feel like I should not be here already, but I am.
Right now?
A very high. Oh. Which usually means stress.
Well, then maybe you should come down. What? Well, that wasn't a wasted joke. Maybe you should have some cookies then.
Enjoy your vacation.
One of my favorite jokes I've heard on the internet is someone go, "Oh, this was back at the time. My friend Darren, yeah, he was a very heavy pot smoker, and it's well, maybe he should have lost weight." He wasn't even talking about his weight. Oh, that's a two-headed troll.
Nice.
No, he wasn't. They weren't talking about his weight. He was saying he said he was a very heavy pot smoker. And he was like, so maybe he should have lost weight.
Ah, chest.
It does. Never mind. Oh my God.
I think I remembered how to get up here.
The joke was.
Oh, and a dice too. Oh,
Damn
wow.
good. For you,
Sorry.
Ray.
I'm just trying to buy all the shinies.
I know. Hang on. How do I get up there? How did you get up there?
I remember the way.
Yeah, how though?
So, come back here.
Oh, we already traded the thing. We gotta talk to our sweet. Okay. Oh, fine. Tired.
There's also a puzzle up here too. Wait, dice is going to be this way.
Hang on, I'll do the puzzle real quick. I didn't see any of them.
So yeah, let's get the chest
they'll
first.
Give me, hang on, yeah. I'll say they'll give me a green marker. Oh shit. Oh, I need to go around. Okay. Oh wait, I can't go that way. Damn it, I went the wrong way. That was just the wrong way. Can you make that one or? Oh, Jar might be lowering a bridge for me over there. I didn't even realize that.
You really did it! That ought to stick a potato and bark in ours tailpipe.
I've never seen a dragon with a tailpipe. I don't think they have those.
You might need to reactivate that in a minute. No, I was gonna say.
Just a little bit more tweaking, and there. Now we have to split up again. I need you to track
Oh, that's the nicest timer in the world.
Steal the plastics they use to open up new mining tunnels. We'll need them for the fight against Barkana. While you do that, I'm gonna track down the layer of
Oh, that's the kindest timer in the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'll need the power of his icy heart to quench the fires of the great oven.
Got it.
The great oven is where the trolls melt the ore mined by the enslaved goblins. If you can take it out, we'll disrupt their primary source of revenue and weaponry.
Good riddance. A plus for you, actually.
Let me tell you, all this isn't that show that junk gun went to the real revolutionary end. Oh, he's the worst. He's this super pretentious guy who's always going off about politics, but never lifts a finger about any of it. Also,
Like even inside. Oh, my mushroom couldn't save me in time.
I think I'm on the trail of freezer, please. Just keep collecting those bombs. Damn those
Freeze,
worthless.
please.
But we'll take those bombs they've got and use them to free the goblins once and for all.
I need better armor, man. My armor is blowing chunks. Freeze it, please. We need to go back real
Another
quick.
chance at life.
I need to get that die in that chest.
Let's say we get the chest first, because I feel like where we got dropped for the dice might be. Oh, gun chest back here too.
Nice.
Hmm. Out of the 4, only 2 are sellable.
I know, right? My thoughts exactly, actually. How did we get there again?
Hold on. Back this way. And then once you get up this little hill to the right, jump up there, go to the ladder. Chest over to the right.
Oh no! Right. Oh wait, there's a chest over here. There's a chest over here too, apparently.
Oh shit, mother.
Oh, so you wanted to be over here? There's a chest over here.
Well,
but
the way it blew me, it didn't quite blow me
That's
right.
fine. I'm dying too because I didn't see a way down.
Wait.
So
It's rude to show up at Death's house early.
it's rude to show up at Death's house early.
Jesus, your girl got an obsession with death, eh?
Alright, I'm up.
And sleeping in apparently.
Hey, even goth girls need their beauty sleep. Sorry, it was across the bridge.
That's for the chest.
Yes.
There was still a chest from the air vent though.
Yes.
I'm curious what's up on the next level there above that wind gust though. Does it just activate when you try to run past it though? Is that what that is? Oh no.
Well,
we just
kind of
timed
and
it
kind of
bad.
not.
No, we just had bad timing.
Yeah, we definitely had bad timing.
Oh, there's like a whole thing up here. Let's see. What's up here on this ledge? Up here
Oh, there is a
a
way to get back there.
No, there's nothing up here actually. It's just for show.
Yeah, I think I already went up there too.
Oh, well, fuck me then.
Well, the chest is across this bridge and behind the pillar right there.
On my way.
And then the dice is down over here, which we can get back up from, I found out.
This way, okay.
Yeah, so behind the pillar in their center there.
Well, I'm a goob, but I accept that. Where was the die at?
Over here.
Oh. A rocket launcher, huh? Interesting.
Ah, nice. I had a melee weapon.
I should probably remember that I'm not carrying that many rockets instead of blind firing it.
Maybe.
Oh, my second option is a rocket salvo, where I launch all of my rockets at once. Interesting. The die is over there by you? Yeah, I see.
Yep.
Interesting. A rocket salvo.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Ooh. Interesting new spell.
New shield.
Whole bunch of syllables. I'll take that.
A couple different costumes or laughter things. I think this. Yep.
All right.
Check these out and see if you can use them.
Well, I'm sure I can.
Oh, of course, you could always use them for cash.
That's what I mean. I can always use them.
Me sitting on a nice little fat, almost 100,000.
Really? I'm getting there, but we keep dying and I keep losing some. My wife's calling me. Yo, can you hear me?
Hey, can you call me?
That would be a no.
Having phone issues.
It's just the one app. My one phone app. Google Voice is fine. The other phone app doesn't work. If you call me on Google Voice, if I call you on Google Voice, it's fine. But if I use anything else, it's not. What's up, baby?
Hey, where you going?
I'm still streaming. When's you're on your way home?
Yeah, I'm probably about to time to get out. Get ready for your appointment. It's probably gonna have to go.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna have to put on socks and probably a really good idea to take a painkiller ahead of time. She is probably gonna make me run. My foot is not at all recovered, but it should be enough to run, honestly. I've shaved away enough of it to where I should be able to run, so.
Take
Alright.
He's not gonna have to come like a half mile or anything like that, but
Maybe. Half mile is actually not as far as you'd think.
Couple more items to look at.
Okay, baby. I love you. Alright, bye.
Oh, please help! More for the culling.
Yep. Half mile's not that bad.
Murder shroom wins the day.
Yeah, so I guess we'll wrap this cave up and then I'll call it. Wrap up this quest.
Aye, aye, sir. What the missus wants is what the missus gets.
Well, I have a doctor's appointment, so
I know.
I have to go to that. They'll charge me if I don't show up.
Ooh, dice.
You're feeling luckier.
You feel luckier. Death works on you. Gee, it works on most, actually.
The training has been intense. I've been giving it my all, but my instructor says I've got the killing instincts of a skink. Ugh. I'll never earn my GTFO nose ring at this rate. It's all I've ever wanted since a few days ago when I learned it's a thing.
Bomb time. Nice.
You on your way? What you fighting?
Well, I was trying to save your mushroom.
Oh. I didn't know it was dying. Oh, it did go down. I didn't even know it was possible, actually. Not gonna lie. Readying a salvo! Reloading! Readying a salvo! Dry! Firing! Pistol! That's all I got left. Alright, here we go. I am out of rockets, however, for my rocket launcher. No more firing those salvos. That's so fun. Firing a salvo!
That's my little soul devourer!
Alright, let's go. Let's do our thing. Freezicles should be right in here. Let's boss fight and end it.
Commence cash.
Commence cash grabbing.
He's right behind me!
Huh?
Oh, thank God you're here! Take this monster down!
Freezicles.
They're under arrest.
I don't really do arrests.
Love my job!
I'm not a good cop.
I put someone in a
Firing a salvo. I'm down. Help. Help. I'm okay. I don't know how I did it, but I'm okay. I think I rocketed a guy. Oh god. Oh god, fart, no. I know you were down, buddy. We'll go down together. It's okay. I'm down, buddy. Good luck.
Winter's blade.
Okay, I didn't know my mushroom was down. I have to res my mushroom. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, I'm at even 75,000 gold now. That's nice. I'll come back, buddy. Hang in there. The council thanks you for perishing.
The Ice King. That's exactly what we need. Grab it.
Grab it. That's exactly what we need. Grab it.
Why is it like every time I hear her voice, I think of Blazing Saddles?
That's funny. Wow, he didn't have any good guns in him at all.
Shut down the great oven with the heart of Threesicles. I'll find you when the time comes.
Okay, let's place the heart in the oven. Whatever that means. I'll find it when the time comes. The heart of Threesicles. Let's see, I've got a great heart.
This would make a great barbecue. Too bad I have to put it out.
Oh, geez. Oh.
Whoa,
oh.
Jesus.
Well, that worked.
That was quite an effect from watching from behind.
It was effective from here, too.
You must make haste toward the tribute arena and we will prepare for the coming of Organar. I'll meet you along the way. Be on your guard for the oracles. I'm nearly there.
If I can. Oh, I don't have my fucking thing anymore. I was hoping for my fucking meteor, and I don't have my meteor anymore. I've got a all-consuming magic missile now.
Next person who makes fun of your stats is dead! I did you a favor! Trust me! Look at the soul on that one!
We're probably gonna gather at the arena, but not fight there, because I've got to get going very, very soon.
Me.
Death by Death Cat!
Death by Death Cat.
Watching him take a bite out of crime.
Okay. Firing a salvo! What does a wyvern's weak point seem to be in its back?
Because it's always flying and never has an enemy that attacks it from behind.
Good answer, I guess.
Little deputy death dealer!
A little deputy death dealer. Oh shit, I killed the guy, but it killed me killing him. I'm down.
I grade that soul an A.
Got it.
The real A soul.
Alright, let's be done.
Dice.
Oh, okay, hurry. Meg's here, I gotta hurry.
This calls for a celebration.
Golden, baby!
Oh my golden baby. Oh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? Interesting. This is a bad time for interesting. I got an AK or M16. Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, very nice. Oh, big fan. Okay. Hang on, let's stop here actually. Before we go in there, let's go ahead and stop here. I need to call it. I have a doctor's appointment, so thank you everybody for joining us today. We'll be doing, more of this tomorrow. And possibly even later today, I'm not sure yet, but I have to go. I will see you all later. Peace.